Testing, testing, testing the microphone. Testing, testing, testing the microphone. Hey, morning, Justin.
So I've got an Android, not an iPad, but that shouldn't be a problem. I've used this Android with Crook HQ before.
Yeah.
But I've clicked on the unlock match and it's just sitting there just twirling around, not doing anything. So
Okay, silly question, but is your device connected to the internet?
it is connected to the internet,
Yeah, okay. So you've...
I can find the game.
Yeah.
Like inside, I go to matches and actually find the game, but when I bring it up, it doesn't have a lineup for us to pick the lineup and whatnot. So you actually have to transfer the game to be able to do stuff, isn't it?
Yes. So did you when you went into the game, did you go like accept transferred match?
It hasn't got to that, it's just saying unlock match at the moment. It's got unlock match. Is it, do I need a special account, an admin account or anything?
No.
To get in there?
No. Hang on a minute. I'll just see what I...
Download transfer match.
Yep.
Got a drive, so I pushed on that, and then it came with type in the code, but it had unlock, not transfer. And that's what I'm waiting for at the moment, it said unlock.
Okay. Let me try it again. I may need to send you a new code. I'll do it while I've got you on the line.
Okay.
So this is Auckland second 11 versus Wellington Tasman second 11, right?
That's the one, yeah.
Okay. All right. Try this code, Justin.
Give me a second, I'll check if there's any app updates for it. I don't think there are. Just quickly wait for one. Okay, just in case I need to do it up.
Hello everyone, welcome to Blenheim. We are about 10 minutes away from the start of the first match of the New Zealand Over-40s interprovincial tournament. The news from the ground here is that Auckland will be batting first. They lost the toss, Wellington, Tasman won it. And in about 10 minutes, the two Auckland opening batsmen, that's Jason Grobler and Grant Thorpe, will be heading out to the middle. So stick around and join us in about 9 minutes from now. Okay, hello everyone. Welcome again to sunny Blenheim, in the top half of the South Island of New Zealand, where we are just about to get underway in the first ever Over-40s New Zealand interprovincial tournament. Today's featured match is the hosts, Wellington, Tasman, playing against Auckland. Auckland lost the toss and they were put in, the two Marshall twins, ex-Black Cap players both. The respective captains today, Hamish won the toss and put his brother James's team into bat. And I think we're going to see Scott Jones opening the bowling from the city end. Two opening batsmen for Auckland are Grant Thorpe and Bingba. So good luck to all the players involved in this tournament. We've got 4 games going on today. 2 in Division 1 here at Horton Park and 2 just around the corner at Oliver Park in Division 2. A lot of excitement and anticipation among the players for this groundbreaking tournament, the first of its kind in New Zealand and in fact one of the first of its kind in the world, with over-40s cricket only just starting off. So, Scott Jones to get us underway. And starts with a wide. So, a bit of an anticlimax. But I'm sure Jones will get it back on target sooner or later. There he goes, that one is on target and just pushed into the offside where Hamish Marshall swoops in and picks up. So, a bit of an unknown quantity, this age group. We're not quite sure what to expect. Probably be a lot faster than the over-50s. So it's actually Jason Grobler who's on strike. Apologies, I thought it was Grant Thorpe. I'm still getting to know all the players, and although they do have names on their back, I can't read them from here. That one's firmly struck out to point, but well fielded. And no run. So just the one run on the board after the first 3 legitimate deliveries. That was a wide. Grobler lets that one go through to the keeper to end the first over with just that wide off the very first ball. So a good start from Jones, who plays Premier Club cricket in Wellington for, I believe, the Petonia Riverside club up there. So we've got 2 games going on at this ground, Horton Park. The other one over to my left is Canterbury Otago. They're batting first against districts. I'll keep you up to date with the scores from all 4 games as we go through the day. 2 other games being played over at Oliver Park, as I mentioned. Same 4 teams playing in the same order.
Is it Leonard? Is it Leonard Reeves? Is it Leonard? Okay.
Sorry for that delay. Leonard Reeves is the bowler from the Hills End, and he starts with a dot and a leg bye to get Grant Thorpe underway. Well, get him off strike at least. Leonard Reeves plays for the North City Club in the northern suburbs of Wellington. Comes down the leg side. It will be called a wide. Anything down leg side is a wide in this grade. Of course, the Wellington Tasman side is a combination of players from Wellington and Tasman. Tasman includes Nelson and Blenheim. It's a better ball from Reeves, which brings Grobler forward and just pushing it out to point with its Mark Colkin fielding. Mark Colkin has flown over from Darwin, Australia, specifically for this tournament. The Auckland Over-40s played against the Auckland Under-19s a couple of weeks ago and actually beat them, which was a bit of a surprise to some. And they also had a warm-up game against the Auckland Over-50s, which they won, but less convincingly than their win over the Under-19s. So perhaps that shows the strength of veterans cricket. Reeves just pulls out of his run up there. I'm not sure he was going for the man cat. Oh no, he's dropped the ball in fact. So you can't bowl without a ball, as Reeves found out on that occasion. And he'll have to go back and try that one again. Driven firmly down the ground, straight and mid-off. That could be the first boundary. The outfield looks pretty fast, and in fact it does. Cross the rope, so nice shot for 4 by Jason Grobler. First boundary of the innings and the match, and of official over 40s cricket in New Zealand. So landmarks all round. And that does end Leonard Reeves' first over. 7 without loss, Wellington Tasman. Down the leg side, bit of a shout for caught behind, but in fact he hasn't got anything on it, and it'll be a wide. Decent pace being generated by Scott Jones, the tall, strongly built Petone Riverside player. Comes in again. That one's shortish and just down to 6. No run. Just waiting for some scores to pop up on the other games. Nothing yet from Districts versus Canterbury Otago in Division 1. And I'll come back to that in a moment. Here we go. Here's some runs through the leg side for Thorpe. There's going to be 2 of them as it goes out towards the mid-wicket boundary. Good strong throw from, I think that might be Andrew McCarr, local boy. So that gets Grant Thorpe off the mark. And that one's left outside the off stump. So the only proper score I can give you is from Division 2, where Districts are 2 without loss. Conservative start for them after best part of 4 overs against Canterbury Otago. There's been a wicket in the other Division 2 game, but I don't know who that is yet. Nice forward defensive there from Grant Thorpe. It's another wide. No run there, and that will finish the 3rd over. So 11 without loss after 3. Auckland batting first against Wellington, Tasman. So it's a nice sunny day, good for cricket here in Blenheim. There's a bit of cloud around and a little bit of wind, but it's nice and warm, so the players will enjoy the conditions. These 2 batsmen looking fairly comfortable so far. No major dramas, just sussing out the conditions, the pitch, the bowling. That one's cut, but again to Mark Culkin, who's looking pretty lively out there at point. Still plays a good level of cricket in Darwin, Premier Club cricket, or grade cricket I guess it is there. We'll see him later. He's a former first class player for Wellington. Good batsman. That one is down the leg side, and like all leg side deliveries will be called a wide. So fairly conservative starts in all 4 games. I haven't got full details, but it doesn't look like there's a lot of run scoring going on. Just teams maybe a little bit nervous, looking to get themselves established. Looks like Scott Jones has found his radar now into his 3rd over. Wicket falls. Grant Thorpe bowled, having a bit of a swing across the line there. He's been bowled by Scott Jones, so the first wicket falls with the score at 13. And so that's a big breakthrough for Wellington, Tasman, and disappointment for Grant Thorpe. And so we've got James Marshall walking to the crease, former New Zealand opening batsman. Definitely played quite a few one-dayers for New Zealand, maybe around 20 or so, not quite as many as his brother Hamish, but I remember he scored a big 100 against the USA, and may have been, I'm not sure exactly when it was, might have been 160 odd. Good player, played a lot of first class cricket. Here he is facing Scott Jones. Marshall drives through cover, beats extra cover, and it's going to go out to the boundary. So a bit of a misfield there from, I think, Andrew McCarr. Lets James Marshall start his innings with a very nice extra cover drive. Okay, let's see if we can get a couple of other scores. Division 2, Districts making a slow start. Halfway through the 7th over, they are 7 without loss. Matt Forrest and Simon Eves playing against Nathan Columbus as one of the bowlers there. He's a good bowler from Canterbury, Otago. He's bowled 3.5 overs for just 3 runs. And it's been a wicket. Wellington Tasman have lost a wicket in the Division 2 game. Unfortunately, we're having a bit of trouble getting the players' names there, but we'll try and sort that out throughout the day. Full toss, which Grobbler can't capitalise on. Just punches it up to mid-off, and there's no run. Reeves bowling quite full. That one is full again, driven up to mid-off, so the mid-off fieldsman getting plenty of action. Leg side this time, but no run as it's fielded by Nuwan Weerasuriya at square leg. We'll see him later, bowling some off spin, I think. Here's Reeves again to Grobbler. Pulls this time, it's gone left of Weerasuriya, and we'll see how strong this boundary, the outfield is. Looks pretty fast. That's gone for 4. So second boundary for Jason Grobbler with that pull shot. I'm not sure he completely timed it, but he's a big, powerful man, and he had enough behind it to get to the boundary. Looks like Canterbury Otago have lost a wicket. I see Ben Rapson batting, and he wasn't opening the batting. So I think it might be Stephen Hobson who's been dismissed. It's going to be a wide down the leg side. So plenty of good batsmen around. If I look over to that game again, I see Hardeep Singh is opening the batting, former first-class player in India. Be interested to see how he goes. He's scored 2 centuries in his 2 warm-up matches so far for Canterbury Otago Over-40s. Grobbler on that cut again, but again Calkin safe at point. No run to end the sixth over. 22 for 1 are Auckland. Batting first against Wellington, Tasman. It's a big day of veterans cricket. The New Zealand Over-50s A team, they're playing against Western Australia over in the Australian National Championships. They didn't qualify for the grand final, but they're playing in the third-fourth playoff today. That game starts at 1:30 New Zealand time. As we see James Marshall solid in defence. You may be able to hear in the effects microphone what sounds like an air siren. Air raid siren. Not sure what's going on there. No one seems too alarmed. Down the leg side for another wide. Also over in Adelaide, the New Zealand B team are playing in their final match, also against a Western Australian side. So plenty going on today. We'll try and keep you updated with those games as well, because I know people who are interested in over-40s cricket are generally interested in over-50s cricket too. And then there's on the 26th, which is this weekend, there's a quadrangular series starting in South Africa. Looking forward to that. South Africa, Zimbabwe, Namibia. And a local team filling in for UAE who couldn't make it. As we see James Marshall just tucking one into the leg side for a single. Lots of veterans cricket around the world. As I've mentioned, it's really flourishing, especially at the over 40s and 50s age groups. Round 2, fine leg for a single. He's up to 9 from 22 deliveries, so not a rapid start, but steady. Marshall drives down the ground for 4. He didn't time that one, but he gave it plenty of welly, and the mid-off fieldsman Craig Foster might have been slightly wrong-footed, but he really had no chance of grabbing that one. And second boundary for James Marshall takes him up to 9 from just 8 deliveries. A good start from Marshall, looking pretty classy. It's been a wicket in Division 2, the match between Districts and Canterbury Otago. Matt Forrest was bowled by Nathan Columbus for 5. Columbus has 1 for 3 from 4.5 overs. Very good start from Nathan, who dominates the President's grade in Christchurch, playing in the Division 2 side today, so they must have some good bowlers in Division 1, I'd say. Pulled by Grobler, I think, or it's just been fielded very nicely, inches inside the mid-wicket boundary. I'm not sure who that man out there was, but it was a good piece of fielding. In fact, it was Leonard Reeves, fresh off his bowling stint. Well done to him. 2 for Jason Grobler, favouring the back foot shots today. That will be a boundary, as we've got a new bowler. I think this is Mark Colkin. It looks like Mark Colkin, broad-shouldered medium pacer, coming from the Hills End, bowling to Jason Grobler, who's bowled him. Good start from Mark Colkin. Went for a 2 and a 4 off his first 2 deliveries, but he's come back with a full delivery, which Grobler has tried to swing over to the leg side, missed completely, and he has been bowled. So, second wicket for Wellington Tasman. They'll be delighted with that. And Scott Mara will be the new batsman. He's been in great form in the lead-up games, scored a pretty dominant 100 against the Auckland Over-40s. And he's also been in the wickets, taking a 4-for against the Auckland Under-19s. Still plays occasionally for the Cornwall Premier team in Auckland, mainly playing second grade now, I believe, but did play a lot of Premier cricket, senior cricket up there. Quite an aggressive shot to play off your first ball, going for the big pull to that ball down the leg side, but he didn't need to. It's been called a wide. Quite a lot of action in the last few overs in this match. Wickets, runs. Auckland are 36 for 2, just coming up to the end of the 8th over. That one's tickled down, so we'll see some more runs as Scott Jones sprawls across in front of us here and keeps it to 1 to end that 8th over. So 37 for 2 after 8 overs. Scott Mara off the mark on 1. James Marshall, 9 not out. And Mark Colkin has figures of 1 for 8. So I can tell you the score from the equivalent match between Wellington Tasman and Auckland in Division 2. Wellington Tasman 29 for 1. Unfortunately, I can't tell you who the players are. We're just having some issues with logging the players' names. Leonard Reeves has been swung around to the city end. He's going to bowl from right of screen, as you see here, after bowling 3 overs from the Hills end. Perhaps the wind more suited to his bowling from this end. Big shot from Mara. I think that's going to go for 4-2. It does, through the covers. I don't think he timed it 100%, but played it with enough power to get over this pretty fast Horton Park outfield. So his first boundary. Pulls this time. That's going to be another boundary as it goes through Nuwan Wirasuria at mid-wicket. So another boundary for Scott Mara, his second in a row. Pulls again, that's going to be a third consecutive boundary for Mara, so he's looking in pretty good touch. His boundaries are getting better and better. We've seen a cover drive and then a couple of pull shots, so Leonard Reeves may be struggling from this end. Single to James Marshall, just tucking it round the corner. 50 up for Auckland in, well, after 9 overs really. The 3 boundaries to Scott Mara in that previous over, really kick-starting their run rate. That one's short of a length and pushed firmly up to mid-off. No run. One is punched in the offside. It's going out towards the extra cover boundary and it's going to have enough legs to get across. So it's another boundary for Scott Mara. His 4th, and he's up to 17 off just 10 balls. Good start for him. what can Wellington Tasman do here to stop this flow of runs? We'll see. That one's edged, but it's through the empty slip area down to third man and just a single. Wellington Tasman a little bit light on seam bowling today. We've seen Reeves and Jones and a bit of Mark Culkin. It looks like we're going to see the early introduction of Hamish Marshall, the captain, bowling from the city end. Not primarily known for his bowling, but I believe he does bowl some pretty steady slow mediums. He'll be bowling with one slip and a short cover. On the boundary, the two that he's allowed at this point are a fine leg and a third man. Everyone else inside the ring as he bowls to Scott Mara. Starts pretty well. Nothing too frightful in the pace department, but straight enough. Pretty accurate start from Hamish Marshall. 3 balls in pretty much the exact same area, which Mara has just punched back down the wicket. This one he does manage to get a little bit squarer and we'll get a single. So we're going to see Marshall v Marshall, the twins. Hamish playing for Wellington Tasman against his brother James. No doubt they've faced each other several times before. And James has no respect for the brother, cutting it away to the backward point boundary for 4. So first blood to James in the Battle of the Marshalls. Good shot that. Just pouncing on that one that was slightly short and wide. So intriguing stuff here with neither team really on top, but Auckland maybe just getting the initiative now in the last few overs as they move themselves up to 60 for 2 after 11 overs. That's about 5.5 an over. Going to be more runs here as Mara hits it out to the third man region, but they just get the one. And it'll be Culkin to James Marshall, who pulls it away in front of square, out to the boundary for 4. So beautiful shot, that one. Latching onto that short delivery. Looking very fit and lean and sprightly James Marshall. Even though he's in his 40s, as of course everyone is here. We haven't got any over 50s involved in this tournament, although they are eligible. I think the oldest player might be 48. But the Marshall twins, both in their 42, I think they are. That one's come off the pad, I believe, and they'll scamper through for what has just been confirmed as a leg bye. So Scott Mara, 20 off 17. James Marshall, 18 off 14. Good aggressive partnership, this one. Both teams pretty strong in the batting. It'll be good to see Wellington Tasman's batting lineup later. They've got Hamish Marshall, of course, Deepak June, who's played first-class cricket. That's wide, which is well taken actually. I think it's Mark Young who's wicket keeping. He doesn't have a name on the back of his shirt. It'll either be Mark Young or Darren Cudby, but in any case, that's been called a wide. Chance at the keeper's end, but they managed to scamper through for a single. That was pretty well run, as it was just pushed down to mid-off. Good batting from these two. Cut by James Marshall. There is protection out there, and it'll just be a single out to cover sweeper, who's far too far away for me to identify. Marshall to Marshall again. It's no run. Slashing cut shot. That's brilliantly fielded. Who's that? Scott Jones in the gully there, diving away to his left. Really good piece of fielding from him. Prevented 4, because no one was stopping that if it had got through him. Pretty intriguing battle, this one, between the Marshalls. I'm sure that James will not want to get out to his brother. Can't imagine these guys would have actually played against or bowled and faced each other all that much in proper organised matches. They did play for different first-class teams, but neither was a frontline bowler, both top order batsmen. And we could be coming up to a maiden over here, let's see. Yes, well done by Hamish Marshall, keeping his brother scoreless for an over. And that's his first maiden over. He's got none for 5 off his 2. And the score remains 69 for 2 after 13 overs. Division 2 action, districts 42 for 1. Still having trouble identifying some of the players, which is a little bit frustrating, but I'm sure we'll get there. It's wide. So Mara not able to get Colkin away in this over. It's 3 dot balls he's bowled along with the wide, looking to play aggressively. Much better over this from Colkin. In fact, the last 2 overs have been very good, just 1 run off the last 11 deliveries. That's a wide, so just erring a little bit on the offside there, was Colkin. But he does finish off pretty good over, just the 2 wides off it. Well done. Good bit of fielding at mid-on by, I think, Andrew McCarr. So we haven't had any runs off the bat for 2 full overs now. It's a good comeback from Wellington, Tasman. That one has beaten the cover fieldsman though, and it's going to head out to the boundary as a nice, sweetly timed cover drive by James Marshall off his brother's bowling. Ooh, goes for the same shot but just whacks the ball into his foot. No run. Driven again, but there's the man at the cover sweeper who will just keep it to 1. Going to be runs here, just one of them plus a wide, so it's a total of 2 wides. And it was in fact 2 wide down the leg side, and the keeper couldn't take it cleanly. Cut nicely, but again, good bit of fielding by Scott Jones. Or Leonard Reeves, I think that might be. Who was that? Yeah, Leonard Reeves there in that gully position. Prevents any run. End of the over, 78 for 2 after 15, and that should be the first scheduled drinks break. We have drinks at 15 and 30, so we'll just take a little break here. Okay, after drinks, we're going to have a change in the bowling here. It's going to be Martin Slabbert, originally from South Africa, now resident in Nelson, playing for the Wellington Tasman team. Bowls leg spin, quickish leg spin. Starts well. Oh, that's nicely bowled. Good quick leggy from Martin Slabbert, which I wouldn't say it beat James Marshall, but probably defeated him a little bit in the at some stage along the way. So good first over from Martin Slabbert, just the one run off it. And double change, looks like Nuwan Wirasuria. It's replacing Hamish Marshall from the City End. Chance for a run out at the bowler's end, but batsmen make it through. So bowls off spin, I believe, Wirasuria of Sri Lankan extraction. So double spin now for the Wellington Tasman Firehawks. Marshall hits it over his brother at cover and into the boundary for 4. Great shot, really firmly struck. Nice use of the feet and just hit it just above his brother Hamish, who's not a super tall chap. Didn't really give him any chance of the catch there. Good shot. Now tucks this one to square leg and they will race back for 2, so looking pretty fit, James Marshall. Always been quite fast between the wickets, the Marshall brothers. And he's moved up to 30 now, as James Marshall. 6 boundaries in that innings. Looking pretty good. Ooh, beaten this time though, as I say that, as he tries to cut and doesn't get anything on it, fortunately for him. one's flighted a bit more and pushed down the ground for a single. And that's a dot to finish Wellington's first over, 8 runs off it. And Wellington Tasman now 87 for 2 after 17 overs. That's 5.1 is the run rate, so pretty decent start for Wellington Tasman. Over in the Canterbury Otago versus Districts match, over to my left in Division 1, Canterbury Otago had lost 2 wickets when I checked before. Stephen Hobson and DJ Lyons both out for single-digit scores, and I think they were 70 for 2 at around the drink stage. Hardeep Singh and Ben Rapson still batting together. Here's slab it to Marshall, who sweeps, and I don't think it's going to go for 4. In fact, just a single as Deepak June runs around from slip and tidies up. Full toss, driven down to long on, who comes racing across and keeps it to 1. Oh, it's a quickish delivery, which hits Marshall on the pad, but there may have been some bat there as well. Goes for the sweep again. It's gone down leg side. It's going to be wides, and it's possibly going to be 5 of them. Oh, just retrieved millimetres inside the line by Deepak June, and they take 2 plus the wide, so that's a total of 3 wides. Swept again by Marshall, but straight to the man at backward square leg. That's Craig Foster. We'll probably see him in the bowling attack soon. That's nicely bowled. Beats Marshall, hits him on the pad. Moderate appeal for LBW, but not seriously considered by the umpire. Oh, reverse sweep this time from James Marshall, but Wellington anticipated quite nicely and got around to prevent any run. So pretty handy over by Slabbit, just the 3 wides and a couple of singles. Canterbury Otago 91 for 2 against Districts in Division 1. Hardeep Singh 38 and Ben Rapson 39. So they put on a pretty good partnership, those two, following some early losses. That'll be a single to Mara, just to the left of Leonard Reeves at short third man. It's made into a full toss by Marshall, who sweeps it round to square leg man on the boundary for one more. The Wellington Tasman are allowed 3 fielders out on the boundary, and they have all 3. They have that leg side sweeper, we've got a long on and a long off. The rules for this tournament are that the 45 over innings is divided into 3 blocks, and at each block you're allowed a further fieldsman out. So that's 2 out for the first 15, 3 out for the second 15, and 4 out for the last block of 15. Big shot this time, it's gone to one of those fielders, the leg side sweeper, so just one more. Looks like Wellington Tasman have got their field placements pretty well sorted. And that was a fairly tight over from Wirasuria. Whose name I have just corrected. I had it spelt incorrectly on the screen, but I hope that's been sorted now. So good contest this, as I've said before. The Wellington Tasman spinners restricting these 2 very good batsmen, but not getting them out, and Marshall and Mara still scoring fairly steadily. So it's a good contest. That one's a little bit shorter, and they will try for a single. Good bit of fielding from Foster, firing at the bowler's end stumps, using some of those indoor cricket skills that he's quite well known for. Played a lot for the New Zealand Open men's team, did Craig Foster. Quite a few indoor cricketers involved in this tournament. Mark Colkin, who we saw bowling earlier, he's played a fair bit for New Zealand at indoor cricket. As we see Marshall using his feet, doesn't time it perfectly, and it goes down to long on for a single. Pulled away, but again straight to a boundary rider, and just one more single. So both batsmen scoring at a decent clip. Scott Mara 28 off 39, James Marshall 34 off 41. So if you are trying to follow our other matches on Cricket HQ, I do apologise for the technical difficulties that we're having with the player names. We are working on it. Catch taken on the boundary. Good bit of fielding there. It could be Andrew McCarr. I can't quite tell. Scott Mara swinging Wirasuria away, but finding the man on the deep there. So end of what was looking like a promising innings for Scott Mara. I'm going to say that was Andrew McCarr, but I'm not entirely sure. The new batsman is Sudam Solanki, and he gets off the mark with his first delivery. And that wicket coming at a pretty good time for Wellington, Tasman, I'd say, with Auckland looking pretty settled at 99 for 2. They're now 99 for 3. Make that 100 now as James Marshall pushes the ball down to long on to bring up the 3 figures for Auckland. And Solanki back on strike, left-hander. First lefty we've seen so far. Whoa, goes big, slog sweep. It's 6 runs, covering the boundary by about 10 metres there at mid-wicket. So what a great shot that is. Only the second ball he faced. Big slog sweep over mid-wicket for 6 runs. End of a successful over for Nuwan Wirasuria. He is 1 for 19 from 3 overs. Let me see if I can give you some other scores. What have we got in Division 1, the other match? Hardeep Singh and Ben Rapson. Continue on. What are they? Looks like we don't have a score update on there. Still 91 for 2 was the last score we saw. Division 2 action. Wellington, Tasman, 62 for 2. Marcus Barrett was out for 18. We'll come back to that in a moment. As James Marshall sweeps in the air, 1 bounce down to Craig Foster at deep backward square leg. Going back to that game quickly, Saranga Godagi is on 17 and Wellington Tasman are 63 for 2 after 17. I'll give you the score from the last rematch in a moment. That's Canterbury Otago versus Districts in Division 2 as we see Slabbit coming round the wicket to Solanke. Just pushes it out to mid-wicket where Hamish Marshall does the fielding, no run. Oh, that's nicely bowled. Might have been the googly, beat him on the outside of his off stump, left-hander. He does have a very good faster ball, Martin Slabbit. So that may have been what that was, but well bowled. It's bowled well so far, 3.5 overs for just 10 runs. Martin Slabbit. That one's pulled away though, and it will be fielded by the two sweepers, converge there. One of them picks it up and fires it back in. Oh, chance of a catch as Hamish Marshall whips that full toss round to the left of Deepak June, who was fielding at a kind of a short fine leg, but away to the boundary for 4. So 1 more boundary for James Marshall. That's his 7th as he moves on to 40. So he's doing well to turn some of these Slabbit deliveries into full tosses. This one he goes back to cut, out to point, and they take a single. To end the over, 113 for 3, and I'll just go back to that match I was talking about a moment ago. Districts, 81 for 2 after 21.4 overs. Just trying to bring up who the main scorer is there. Scorer of the runs, I mean. I may have to come back to you on that one. Simon Eves, he was dismissed for 31. As James Marshall takes another single. So we saw Solanke attacking Wellington in the last over with that big slog swept 6. There is a man close to where that ball went last over. We've also got a point cover sweeper and a long off. Those are the 3 men out. As Wellington bowls to Solanke, goes towards that mid-wicket sweeper, just bounces about 2 or 3 metres in front of him, and they do come back for the second as the fielder misfields. It's Mark Young out there, which suggests that the wicketkeeper is probably Darren Cudby. I wasn't sure whether Young or Cudby would take the keeping gloves today. Anyway, 2 to Solanke is the result, and it looks like he is going to keep attacking. It's tossed up again, goes big. There's a chance here, I think. Oh, it just bounces about 6 inches inside the line and goes over for 4. So again, just to the right of that mid-wicket sweeper. Maybe he's a little bit far to his left. All of the slog sweeps from Solanke have gone to the right of where he's fielding, but he's staying put for now. So Solanke definitely favouring that slog sweep out to mid-wicket. Defending and taking a single as he just drops it onto the offside. So good batting. 8 runs off the over so far. And Wellington, despite taking a wicket, has been somewhat expensive, going at nearly 7.5 and over. That one's driven nicely by Marshall out to the same man who's had plenty of work to do. That's Mark Young out there. And they take 2 more. So runs coming fairly freely off the bowling of Wellington as Hamish Marshall approaches a 50. He's on 44 at the moment. And just adds 1 more to that with a very nice push down the ground to long on. So looking pretty steady, James Marshall, so far. It's the end of Wellington's 4th over. He's conceded 30 runs. Just going back to that Districts game in Division 2, Districts versus Canterbury Otago. Colin Rampling is the batsman who's still in at the moment. He's on 27 not out and 86 for 2 after 22 overs. Districts. Nathan Columbus had figures of 1 for 8 from 5.4 overs. It's pretty good bowling from him. And it's 3.8 they're travelling at, Districts, in that match. Slab it to Marshall, has him just defending cautiously. Ooh, uses his feet on that occasion, but just about yorks himself and manages to just jam the bat down on the ball. So good bowling from Slabbit. He's quite quick through the air. That one's short and whipped away out to the mid-wicket fielder for 1. Goes for that favoured slog sweep again, does Solanke, but doesn't really get much on it, and it just squirts out to the fine leg fieldsman. But they do manage another single. So more runs coming pretty easily in form of 1s and 2s to these 2 batsmen. But still, very good over from Slabbit, just the 3 runs off it. He has bowled 5 overs for 19. It looks like Districts have made a breakthrough over on the number 3 ground. Ben Rapson walking off. I think he scored in the 40s. Looks like Hardeep Singh is still in. So success for Districts. That's their 3rd wicket. And back here on the number 1, it looks like Surya will continue. Bowling to Marshall, who's on 47. Goes for the sweep, but misses it, and it hits him on the arm, I think. So there's plenty of gaps on this big Horton Park number 1 field, and the outfield is pretty fast. And Marshall just uses this again nicely and takes a single down the ground. There's some nice blue sky above us. Still plenty of cloud around and a bit of wind, but enough blue sky to put it in the nice day category, I'd say. As we see Solanki playing a huge slog sweep, which has landed in the grandstand, right next to the scorers to my left here. So that's a big, powerful slog sweep again by Sudham Solanki, his 2nd 6, and Campbell McLean, who's not playing today, probably didn't think he'd get to do any fielding, but he does, standing up from the scorer's box, collecting that one and throwing it back in. Great shot from Solanki. 22 from 12 he is, and he's quite liking the bowling of Surya. Quicker ball, fuller, and just popped into the leg side for no run. So Surya probably not very happy with continually being slog swept. He's got 2 men on that shot now. The long on has come much squarer. So there is actually a gap down the ground, but this time Solanki goes square of the wicket on the offside and picks up a single to end that over, one which had a further 8 runs off it, and Surya has now conceded 38 off his 5. That's double the amount that Slabbit has conceded off his 5. Auckland 135 after 25 overs, that's about 5.5 and over, so very good platform for them coming into the last 20 overs of this innings. Slabbit to continue to Solanki, who tries to sort of pull that shortish ball straight, but just mistimes it back to the bowler. one's tossed up and slog swept, but pretty straight down to long on, and just a single. So he definitely favours that shot. Solanke plays it quite well. James Marshall just 2 runs away from what will be the first 50 in over 40s cricket in New Zealand, and I think he'll get it here as he reverse sweeps. He's coming back for the second, and he gets a wee round of applause. Realises that he scored a 50, gives a little wave of the bat. So well done, James Marshall. First half century in New Zealand over 40s cricket. Appeal for LBW, but not given. Marshall taking a couple of little skips down the track for that one. So he's shown good improvisation here as Marshall. 7 boundaries. He's played some nice cover drives, some sweeps, reverse sweeps. He's on the reverse sweep again. Very nicely played. Some work for Weerasuriya to do, who does it with his feet. And 2 more for Marshall, who's looking pretty sprightly between the wickets. Fit, and picks up another double to make it 5 off that over. So good intent being shown by James Marshall. 52 off 60 balls. Sudham Solanke, 24 off 18. Okay, so we're going to have a change now in the bowling. It's going to be Craig Foster replacing Weerasuriya, who was a little bit expensive. 38 runs off his 5 overs. Craig Foster, as I mentioned, a bit of a legend in indoor cricket circles, or rectangles. Played a lot for New Zealand, has played a lot of senior club cricket in Wellington. I'm going to say that he played for Wainui Amata. I'm not 100% sure on that. But definitely played a lot of senior cricket, and here he is, having a trundle with Auckland, 140 for 3. Looks like a little bit of, whoa, not sure what that was, maybe some attempting leg spin. It's a big full toss, which he's got away with nicely, as Solanke just taps it out to the sweeper on the offside. Looks like he's sort of fairly square. For the right-handed Marshall, we've got a long off, a long on, and square leg sweeper. Oh, that's short and slapped away out to the sweeper on the leg side for 1. It was a bit of a half track of that one from Foster, so I think he was a little bit lucky to get away with just a single. That one's full on Solanke's legs, and he can't get a run. Just pushing it out to Hamish Marshall at mid-wicket. Whoa, tossed up that time right into the arc of Solanke, who has smashed it out of the park over the fence into the netball courts next to the ground for an enormous 6, straight down the ground. Great shot from Sudam Solanki, his third 6 to go with a solitary boundary, and he's 31 off 21. So.
You've got a James down at 52.
Okay, they've managed to retrieve the ball. Somehow it took a few bounces on that netball court. And, Foster bowls it. Okay, so it's big full toss. It's been just drooped back to the bowler court, but because it was such a big full toss, it's been called a no ball. So, we're going to have a free hit here to Solanki. And Foster will have to think of something to do here to get out of this over, having already conceded a 6 and a no ball. Well, he does get away with it, as it's mistimed down too long off, so just a single. To end that rather interesting Foster over, plenty happened there. 10 of it in the end. And Division 2 districts coming along. 106 for 2 after 26 overs. That's 4 and over. Meanwhile, it's Slabbit to Solanki. Hits it aggressively down the ground for 4. So choosing the along the ground route this time. Solanki hitting it into the sight screen at the far end, at the hill's end we're calling it, and another boundary for him. So he's really taking on this Wellington Tasman bowling attack. Here's Solanki enjoying the spin of Slabbit, Wirasuria and Foster. What can Slabbit do here? Ooh, tosses it up, and Solanki goes down to long on, over long on's head for 6 runs. So another aggressive shot from Solanki. This is entertaining batting here from the Auckland left-hander. He took on the man at long on, but did so well enough to clear him just by a metre. There wasn't much in that one. I thought there was a chance of a catch. Good batting from Solanki. Here's Slabbit again. Will we see that quicker ball? It is quicker. Oh, tries to pull that one, comes off the cue end of the bat, and the predictable calls of chalk it, and stuff like that from the spectators. But yeah, so a little bit of humour in that shot. Totally mistiming it. A little bit of offside finesse this time from Solanki, who back cuts it down to third man, where there's a little bit of a misfield from Foster, and they take 2. So showing that he's not a one-trick pony. Solanke dabbing it down on the offside. And another little subtle touch from Solanke, just dropping it dead on the offside and running through for a single. Good batting from Solanke in that over, scoring a 4, a 6, a 2 and a 1. It's a total of 13 off Slavitt's 7th over, meaning that his figures have now gone to none for 37 off 7. In Division 2, Colin Rampling is approaching a 50. He's on 43, Districts 109 for 2. In the second game in that division, Auckland versus Wellington Tasman. Wellington Tasman are 87 for 3 now. Saranga Gudagi is on 24 in that match. 87 for 3 after 22 overs. That's just a 4 and over. Change here. Craig Foster's 1 over wasn't a big success, so we're going to have Scott Jones come back into the attack, the opening bowler. Number 13 bowling from the city end. So we haven't seen Solanke against seam bowling yet. He's enjoyed the spinners a lot. Scott Jones, 1 for 17 from his 4 overs so far. And Solanke just drops it onto the onside and takes a single. So he's approaching a 50. He's raced up there to 46 off just 30 deliveries with those 4 sixes, one of which was a real monster, and 2 boundaries. Marshall goes over cover, and good bit of, no, it's not a good bit of fielding. It looked like it might have been, but it snuck under the legs of Martin Slavitt and gone for a boundary. So James Marshall enjoying that cover drive where he opens up the front leg and hits through. The umpire just confirming that it was 4, and that was the 8th boundary for James Marshall, who's on 57 now. Solid in defence. "70-run partnership between these two. Short and cut out to Martin Slavitt, who has a much easier job of the fielding this time. And it's 1 more to Marshall. So a partnership of 71 now, as I say. Solanke has scored 46 of those. It's very full outside the off stump, and it's called a wide. So he's bowled a few wides today, has Scott Jones on his way to 1 for 24 from 4.5 overs. Oh, it's another full toss. Will it be called a no ball? No. It must have been under the waist, but not a great delivery. He's got away with that one. It's a better delivery, and Marshall swoops, and Hamish Marshall does. prevents any run. So the Auckland run rate is very healthy, 5.86 they are, with 16 overs to go. They'll be looking at possibly a score of around 300. Or at least in the high 200s. And Hamish Marshall is going to come back into the attack, this time from the Hills End, replacing Martin Slabbert, who had a pretty good first 5 or 6 overs, but was hit around a little bit in his last over. And he'll resume that battle with his brother James, who is still there. 58 not out from 65 deliveries. Here we go, Marshall to Marshall again. No run. Oh, there will be a run actually, as there's a misfield. There's a chance at the keeper's end. He makes it home, so I admit I looked away when I thought the fielding had been done cleanly, so I'm not sure exactly what happened there. But the end result is 1 run. Good cricket there, cut away by James Marshall, but some good fielding by Nuwan Werasurya at backward point. Always a key position. No run. There will be a run this time down to third man, just dabbed away by James Marshall. Over from Hamish Marshall, 3 runs off it, and that should be the second drinks break. So 173 for 3 is the score. I'll be back in a moment. Okay, just about to resume after drinks. I can tell you in the other match in Division 1, Hardeep Singh scored 55 for Canterbury Otago, Ben Rapson 46. And the score is around 134, 4, I think it is. Division 2, Wellington, Tasman, 95 for 4 after 25 overs. Saranga Godawi still there. 31 not out of 76 deliveries, so fairly slow going over there. 3.75 is the run rate. And in the final game, Districts 119 for 4 against Canterbury Otago. Colin Rampling 46 off 60, heading towards a 50 for him as well. Okay, so we're just about to start again after the second and final drinks break. It's Jones to Marshall, who drives down to long off for 1. Nicely whipped off his toes, that one. Solanke for a single. Pulled away by Marshall. Chance of a catch, well taken down on the fine leg boundary. Great catch. I think it might be Mark Young, a million miles away from me here. James Marshall going for the hook. And I thought he'd hit it fairly well, but it was a good diving catch to his right, down low by, I'm going to say that's Mark Young there. So well done, wicket to Wellington, Tasman, shortly after the drinks break, and it's the danger man, James Marshall. Mark Young was the catcher. And the new batsman, Bo Dench. Another good batsman who I'm looking forward to watching. Plays senior cricket, still in Auckland, Premier cricket. And he's Not off the mark with his first ball, but comfortably playing it into the leg side. He also scored some runs in the warm-up matches for Auckland. Dench. Short and cut away, so he will get off the mark now with probably 2. He'll come back for 2 quite easily. End of a successful over for Scott Jones. It's his second wicket, so he's taken 2 for 28 from 6 overs. And Auckland, 177 for 4. They would have been looking to really kick on after that second drinks break, but they have lost a wicket. Hamish Marshall continuing. He won't have to bowl to his brother anymore, but he will have to bowl to Sudam Solanki, who taps him away to square leg for a single off the first ball of that over. Marshall's 5th. He's bowled 4.1 overs, 1 maiden, none for 16. Good return from him. .71 is the Auckland run rate at the moment. If they can get that up to 6, that'll give them a score of 70. Dench down the ground for 4. Very good aggressive shot from Dench, not messing around. That's his first boundary. So the runs continuing to flow for Auckland here. Cuts, there's going to be more runs. I think this one might go out to the boundary as well. There's a bit of a chase for McCarr, who just pulls it inside, and you take 2 though. So 7 off the first 3 balls of this innings. And can add 1 more to that as Dench just taps the ball down to mid-on, where the fielder from mid-wicket races over to intercept it before the long-on has to come all the way in and get it. So having finished the second block of 15 overs, Wellington Tasman may have 4 fielders outside the circle. So see yet another single. And that's and that was Solanki's 50 actually, so well done to him. And Dench is out. Caught at short mid-wicket. Trying to pull that one away off the bowling of Hamish Marshall. He's hit it straight to the mid-wicket fieldsman, and he's perished after a brief but entertaining innings of 8 from 4 deliveries. I think it might be Reeves there who took the catch, Leonard Reeves. And Hamish Marshall takes his first wicket. Right, just confirming the new batsman, Paul West. Replacing Bo Dench, coming in at number 7. So wickets continuing to fall here. .185 for 5, Auckland. So runs coming at a good clip, but they're still halfway through their team. And we're going to see another bowling change. It's going to be Leonard Reeves bowling from the City end. That's right of screen. Hamish Marshall is captain, just sorting out some field placings, which I'll tell you about in a moment. Sudam Solanki, he reached 50 from 38 deliveries, 2 fours, 4 sixes. That's a strike rate of 131. Excellent from him. And he will be on strike too, Leonard Reeves, who has 4 overs, none for 23. So the 4 fielders out are, got a long on, that's Brian Kramer down in front of me here. Got a long off, cover sweeper and a third man. And, oh sorry, you're allowed 5 out, I beg your pardon. So there's also a square leg on the boundary. Right, Reeves to Solanki. Lets that one go. So I may have misspoken before. For the first 15 overs, you're allowed 3 out, outside the 30-yard circle, then 4 out for the next block of 15. And now in this last block, you're allowed 5 fielders on the boundary. Ooh, tries to pull that time Solanki, but either it wasn't short enough or he didn't get back quickly enough, and it just completely mistimed out to short mid-wicket. More good bowling. Chance at the keeper's end. There's maybe a better chance at the bowler's end, and there's going to be an overthrow here. It was worth a shy, but ended up as 2 runs for Solanki. Shortish down the leg side, it's going to be called a wide. Good bit of keeping there from Cudby, gathering it quickly and whipping off the bails, but it was down the leg side and must therefore be called a wide delivery, which it was. Cut away, could beat the fielder. No, it was a great diving effort by Mark Young on the third man boundary, but he's gotten up and signalled that it has in fact gone for 4. You might be able to see that just on your screen there. So great effort by the man who took the catch earlier to dismiss James Marshall. Couldn't quite stop that boundary. So 4 runs for that nice cut shot from Sudam Solanki. And the runs continuing to flow for Auckland. It's a fullish delivery, shout for LBW, but I think it was going down leg side. We're not on a great angle here, but even from here I could tell it was leg side-ish, and I don't think we've had a signal from the umpire. Just confirm whether that was leg byes. No signal, so we're going to give that as a run to Solanke. And Solanke will retain the strike for this next Hamish Marshall over. It'll be Marshall's 6th. So the Marshalls in the thick of the action so far for these two teams. Shout for LBW. No, not out, because that one's also maybe leg side-ish. Let's see if this one's signalled leg buys. It is. And that brings Paul West on strike for the first time at this end, the city end, the billion end, the commentary end. He's just faced the one ball so far. The man with the number 45 on his back. And that's a nice cut shot to get off the mark. Out to the cover, point sweeper. One more to Solanke. Approaching that high score, which is currently held by James Marshall, who scored 60. Solanke now 58. Nice take down the leg side again by Cudby, but it will be a wide. Saranga Gadagi, he's still going in the Division 2 match for Wellington Tasman. He's on 40 off 88 deliveries. 118 for 4, Wellington Tasman. That's 3.9 and over. More good keeping from Cudby. Marshall's sending him all over the place, but he's gathering in those wides successfully. It's another wide on the offside this time. And he finishes that over with a dot, so 5 runs off it. 1 for 27 he has from his 6 overs, that's 4.5 and over. Just returning to that Division 2 game, Wellington Tasman are 118 for 4 after 30 overs. Sarangu Gadagi is the top scorer there with 40 not out. Districts versus Canterbury Otago, 148 for 6. Colin Rampling, 56 not out. 2 wickets for Mark Murphy and for Todd Elliott. Solanke goes for a big shot, but just doesn't really get much on it, and it squirts to short fine leg for a single. So I guess we're probably approaching what we would call the death, the final 10 overs of this innings. Auckland, virtually 200. They're 199. So with 10 overs to go, they'd probably be looking for another 80 runs maybe. That would take them up to 280, which would be a pretty good score on day one of this tournament. Short and stroked away on the offside, out to the sweeper for one to Paul West. Ooh, nice bit of keeping from Darren Cudby. Whipping off the bails there, looking very sharp, but to no avail, as Solanke had kept his feet safely in the crease. But he's looked pretty sharp in the last few overs. Cudby gathering wides, whipping off bails. Former Wellington A wicketkeeper Darren Cudby. Here's Reeves again. And Cudby in the action once more, racing in front of the stumps to pick up the ball. There'll be an easy single here on the onside, as once again Cudby must scoot up and do the fielding there because there's no one else within cooey of that. Good over this from Leonard Reeves, who's been quite good today. None for 34 from best part of 6 overs. It's almost 6 and over he's gone at, but he hasn't bowled badly. Ooh, beaten outside the off stump. That looked like a bit of a slower ball from Reeves to end that over. 6 overs, none for 34. Auckland 201 for 5 with 10 overs to go. Bowling figures, Scott Jones has 2 for 28 from 6. Leonard Reeves, none for 35 from 6. Mark Colkin, 1 for 23 from 4. Martin Slabbert, none for 37 from 7. Nuwan Weerasuriya, 1 for 38 from 5. And Craig Foster, none for 10 from his 1 over. And Hamish Marshall, 1 for 28 from 6 overs. He's back into the attack now. And Cudby, once again, like he's really emerged in the last few overs, scampering in front of the wicket to pick that one up and at the bowler's end stumps, but not before the batsman had got through for a single. That run, Solanke's 61st. Slash down to third man, just for a single. More runs here to Solanke as it goes down to third man, fielded by Brian Crammer. We'll see him with the bat later today. Localish man, Brian Crammer, plays for the Wakatu Club in Nelson. That's my club. So teammate of mine, Brian. Marshall again to West, no run, out to Mark Colkin at point, he's been good there today. That's the end of the over. 36 gone, 204 for 5. Okay, Leonard Reeves to continue. No run. Saddam Solanki has slowed down a little bit, reached his 50 off 38 deliveries, but his last 15 deliveries have seen him only scored 12 runs. He very much enjoyed the spinners early on, getting that slog sweep out, but he's been a little bit more restrained against the medium paces. He'll sneak a single though. Here we go, West on strike to Reeves. It's full and he drives, but just to the short cover fieldsman, Hamish Marshall, and there's no run. Short and guided nicely down to third man for just one this time by Paul West. He's looked busy as West, but he's only got 4 from 13 deliveries. So with 8 overs to go after this one, Auckland will be looking to really put the hammer down. No run this time as Reeves does a back flick at the stumps, but the diving West is safely home. No run though, just 2 runs off these first 5 deliveries. So very good over from Leonard Reeves so far. Now that's chance of a catch from the air. Nuan Surya takes the catch and Saddam Solanki is out. He just scooped that one straight up in the air. Couldn't get any power on it. And the end of a good innings, but he did slow down towards the end. Out for 63 off 55. Caught by Surya off the bowling of Reeves. I'll just find out who the new batter is.
Rajagopal. Thank you.
Rajiv Rajagopal is the new batsman. He will not be on strike because that was the last ball of the over. And with the new rules whereby it doesn't matter whether batsmen cross or not during a completion of a catch, it should mean that Paul West is on strike. So we're going to see Martin Slabbert have another bowl, replacing Hamish Marshall. Slabbert bowled pretty well in most of his opening spell. Got a little bit of stick from Solanke towards the end, but he'd taken none for 37 from 7. And he's got the chance to bowl to two relatively new batters. One of them is Paul West, who pulls that one for 4 off the first ball, dragged down by Slabbert. Not a great delivery, half tracker, which Paul West just moved his leg out of the way and pulled that one down to square leg for 4. His first boundary. That's better for... Oh, no, it's not actually from Slabbert. It's going to be a wide. It's gone down the leg side. And they're going to pick up runs as well. So it's counted as 2 wides. Hit down the ground by Rajagopal for his first run in over-40s cricket. Short again and pulled again by West, this time in front of square, partially stopped by Hamish Marshall, but they will manage to get 2, so good running. Not a great start to this over from Martin Slabbert, who plays for the ACOB club in Nelson, Athletic College Old Boys. Originally South African. Oh, that's the shortest of the lot, and it's been pulled again, but it's going to be nicely fielded in tandem by Brian Crammer and Leonard Reeves. Crammer sliding away to his left and parrying it over to Reeves, who fires it in, but not before the batsmen score 2. So 5, 6, 8, 10 off this over so far. Still a couple of balls to go. Short again, pulled again. This time to Reeves. For 1. It's a better length, and it will be a dot ball as it's out to covers to finish that over. So Slabbert will be happy to escape that over. He went for 12 off that one. And 218 for 6. 5 3/4 is the run rate for Auckland. As I mentioned earlier in the day, there's lots of veterans going on today. The over-50s, the New Zealand A team and the New Zealand B team are both in action over in Adelaide. And I'll give you some details on those matches as I get them. Division 2 action back in this tournament, the Over-40s IPT, Districts 166 for 9, so they're nearly all out. Wellington Tasman 144 for 5, they've got 12 overs to go. Godagi scored 52 for 98, he's gone. Who's batting now? I'll let you know in a moment. Got Mark Culkin back into the attack now to West, who hits it into the offside for a single. Another run, this time to Rajagopal, just turning it round the corner. Justin Hobbs is on 24 for Wellington Tasman, another local boy from Motueka. Culkin to West, he likes that shot, that sort of back foot guide, and they might get an overthrow here. No, they won't. Just a single. So West batting quite well after a bit of a slow start. He's scored 11 runs off his last 6 series. Oh, that one's risen up a bit actually. There's a chance for a run out at the bowler's end. Oh, a bit of delay in the return from the fielder. If he'd let it go straight away, I think Paul West would have found himself well out of his ground, but the fielder for some reason delayed releasing the ball. Anyway, the result is nothing. It's a dot ball. Bit more hesitation here, but they're going to safely scamper through for what is going to be a run in addition to a wide, making it 2 wides. So a pretty big score on the cards here on Horton Park number 1. I think it'll be the largest score in the round. Still not sure what's happening over on number 3. Full and flicked away down the leg side. There is protection out there. The man at deep backward square leg, Mark Young, keeps it to 1, and that finishes decent over for Culkin. 3, 5, 6 runs off it, which is about what he's gone for off most of his overs today. None for 49 from 8. That's just over 6 and over. And we have 6 overs left with Auckland 6 wickets down for 224. So still going at that 5 3/4 run rate. I think they'd still like to somehow pick that up to 6 and over. That'll take some doing. Martin Slabbett's last over was not a good one, so he has been replaced by Hamish Marshall again. Marshall, I think, would have been relying on Craig Foster being able to give him a few overs, but he really struggled in the one that he did bowl, going for 10 and not finding his length at all. So Hamish Marshall is going to have to his 9, I think, as we see Rajagopal swinging him without a lot of timing out to mid-wicket for a single. And he was only able to get 5 overs out of Nuwan Woodasuriya. There's a chance of a catch. No, it's gone over the head of Foster and down to the boundary for 4 at third man. So a slash from Rajagopal, slashed with enough strength to sail over the head of Foster, who was just on the 30-metre circle, just on the edge there. He's been pushed right back to the third man boundary now. We also have a cover sweeper, a long off, a long on and a mid-wicket sweeper. As Marshall comes in again, this one goes down to the long on fielder and they come back for 2. Good running. Ooh, hit firmly to cover, and it's gone through the cover fielder. That's Mark Culkin, and into the boundary for 4. So it went straight to him, straight through his legs. Good fielder, Mark Culkin, but not on this occasion. Rajagopal up to 12 from 7 deliveries. What can Hamish Marshall do here? It's full again. It's driven down to long on again, but they'll just take 1. Five overs to go now for Auckland. 237. They've managed to get that run rate up to 5.9, so they're getting closer to the magical 6 runs per over mark, which will make it pretty tricky for Wellington Tasman. Four runs to Rajagopal, hoisted over cover, out to the boundary for 4, so that's his third boundary, and he's up to 18 from just 10 deliveries. And just tucked around the corner this time by Rajagopal for another run. So he's done just the right thing. 19 off 11. Paul West is 19 off 25. It's a good little partnership, this one. As Culkin comes in again to West, who can't get a run this time, just defending it into the offside to end that Culkin over. So 39 these two have put on in about 4 overs in fact. Four overs to go. We're going to have Leonard Reeves again. So Hamish Marshall has juggled his bowlers around. This is Reeves, might even be his 4th spell. He's definitely had 2. It's either his 3rd or 4th spell. 1 for 36 he's taken from 7 overs. I should take this opportunity to say a hello to wherever you are watching this game, whether it's in New Zealand, in Australia, around the world. We do have worldwide audiences for this veterans cricket these days, thanks to the wonders of modern technology. So if you're in the United States or the UAE or Antarctica, welcome. That's short and hooked by Rajagopal to Martin Slabbert, who's been a busy boy today. He's down at long leg. And 1 to Rajiv Rajagopal, who's up to 20 now. That one's pulled away as well. I think it's going to beat Slabbert this time. It does. It was hit with more power and further to the right of Slabbert and into the boundary for 4, over the boundary in fact, and Slabbert has to chase after it a further 20 or 30 metres to retrieve it. So 4 to West. He's up to 23 now, his 2nd boundary, and the runs piling on. 250 Auckland are for 6. Big swing this time. It's gone to the left of Martin Slabbert, and 4 more for Paul West. It was more of a sort of a sweep, really, and poor old Martin Slabbert, he's got another big chase to retrieve that one as it's gone almost into the number 3 pitch. But 4 runs is the result to Paul West, and that's his 2nd consecutive boundary. In the corresponding fixture, in the opening match of the Over-40s IPT back in January on this very same pitch, Wellington Tasman batted first and they scored 330 without loss. from their 45 overs. So it's a wicket that's known for high totals. Good pitch, fast outfield. Here's Reeves again to West, just guided out to point, where Wellington fields it and they take a single. So better length from Reeves this time. Full and hit straight down the ground and into the sight screen for 4. Great shot from Rajagopal. 4 boundaries he's hit now in just 13 deliveries. And that was a nice straight shot. So 3rd boundary off this over. .259 for 6. As we're coming to the end of the 42nd over, there'll be 3 overs left after this. What can Reeves do here? He's been expensive in this over. Hit straight to Culkin, who gets an awkward bounce this time. We won't give him a hard time for the slight misfield on this occasion, although they do get one that was hit pretty firmly. End of the over, one that conceded 15 runs. Screwing up Leonard Reeves' bowling figures somewhat. He's got 1 for 51 from 8. And the score is 260 for 6 with 3 overs to go. Probably around 280 would be sort of score I think we can expect from these last 3 overs. Scott Jones is back into the attack. He's probably been the best bowler so far, 2 for 28 off 6. Mark Culkin, 1 for 37 from 6. Hamish Marshall, 1 for 43 from 8. Martin Slabbert, none for 49 from 8. Nuwan Widdowsurya, 1 for 38 from 5. And Craig Foster, just the 1 over for 10 runs. Good cricket again. Rajagopal just dropping that one down to short 3rd man, and the fielder there, sorry I can't pick out who that is, doing well. Caught and bowled. Bit of a anti-climax, that one. Just shoveled back to the bowler Scott Jones, who takes a very easy catch, easy return catch. Right, so that's the end of Paul West. Good little innings from him. I'll just find out who the new batter is. Hang on a moment. Todd McDonald is the new batsman, and he'll be facing Scott Jones, who now has 3 wickets, 3 for 29 from 6.1. Here we go, Jones to McDonald. And chance of a run out, probably more at the bowler's end. That was some pretty adventurous running from Rajagopal, but he calls his partner through and they make it safely. So Rajagopal, 26 off 15, what can he do in these last 2 or 3 overs? Facing Scott Jones. Drives nicely out through the covers to the sweeper, just for 1. Good fielding from Wirasuria, swooping on that one, and the throw maybe wasn't quite as accurate as it would have needed to be to have any chance of running out Rajagopal, but he makes it safely, and 1 more to McDonald. Shorter this time and beats Rajagopal, who's trying to cut that one into the safe hands of Darren Cudby. And that brings the Scott Jones over to an end. He's bowled 7 now, taken 3 for 32. Good bowling from him. I can tell you in Division 2, Districts 166 all out. Wellington, Tasman 192 for 5. They've got about 6 overs to bat there. Justin Hobbs, he's doing really well. He scored 60 not out. Mochueka lad. Leonard Reeves to McDonald, who hits it to the right of the diving Martin, slab it in the covers, not the cupboard, the covers, and they take 2. Hit straight by Rajagopal down to long on this time for 1 more. Chance of a stumping. Excellent work from Cudby whipping off those bails, but Rajagopal hadn't lifted his foot and he's safe. Dot ball though, that's just as important as anything. .267 for 7. 9 balls to go. Full and very well bowled that time from Reeves, right up in the block hole, and Rajagopal can't do anything with it. So pretty handy over this one. Short and whacked away, but in fact it's gone to the left of the sweeper out there. That's a nice hoik by Rajagopal, and it's gone over the boundary and sent the fielder on a long chase down towards the road to retrieve it from next to a lady sitting on a deck chair who hasn't noticed. And another boundary for Rajagopal. That's his 5th in his score of 31 from just 20 deliveries. And Auckland rocketing up to 271 for 7. Good start from them, very good. Here's Reeves again, fuller this time, and single down to Wirasuria at long on. To end the penultimate over of the Auckland innings, 272 they are, still on track for that 280 score. I'll just give you a brief update from the over-50s. The New Zealand B team, they're playing their final match against Western Australia. They are 43 for 1 after 9 overs. Scott Pender scored a breezy 30 from 25. And Tom Music is on 10 not out. And his fellow Tom Lancaster, 1 from 2. Doesn't look like the New Zealand A game has got underway yet. They're also playing Western Australia, but there's no scores to give you just yet. Okay, 1 over to go in this innings. Scott Jones to bowl it. Rajiv Rajagopal to face the first delivery. Got a long off, long on, mid-wicket sweeper, cover sweeper, and there must be someone else that I haven't spotted. Cow corner. So 3 on the leg side, 2 on the off side. Here's Jones again to Rajagopal, who is just square driving beautifully. Look at the timing on that one. That's gone racing out to the point boundary. I thought he had just dabbed it on the offside, but he timed the pants off it, and it's just come to a stop now on the boundary of the number 3 ground here at Horton Park. So another boundary for Rajiv Rajagopal. 36 off 23 here's. That's a strike rate of 156. Excellent from him. Jones in again, goes shorter this time and beats Rajagopal into the safe gloves of Darren Cudby. So the men out, Jason Grobler for 15, Grant Thorpe for 2, James Marshall for 60. As we see, this one is going to go for a whole heap of wides, I think. 5 of them, in fact. That's not what you need. There's a bowling side. Oh, leg byes, actually. So 4 leg byes that will be. 1, 2, 3, 4 of them. Yes, so Hamish Marshall scored 60 from 67. Scott Mara, 28 from 42. Sudam Salih, he was pretty aggressive, 63 off 56. Bo Dench, 9 off 6. Paul West, 28 off 29. Here's Jones again. It's full and driven up to the sweeper at Cow Corner for 1, and we've got 1 delivery left. Rajiv Rajagopal has scored a very good 37 not out, coming in at number 8 here. And Todd McDonald on 5. He'll get to face the last ball, which he manages to hit for 1, and they're going to run back for the second, but McDonald isn't interested. And that will end the innings at 282 for 7. Auckland. So when we come back in about 40 minutes' time, Wellington, Tasman will need 283 runs to win. And it's then. Okay, as you can see, we are back on at Horton Park after a rain delay. We've got Todd McDonald opening the bowling to Mark Young. So we did have a fair bit of rain actually during the lunch break. Caused the covers to be grizzly and grey, but fortunately it's dissipated. There's still a little bit of precipitation around, but not enough to stop the players from playing. So here we go. McDonald to Mark Young. So 280. Actually, I might have the wrong total there. We'll have to check that. I think it's 284 is the target. Or 285 is the target. And we're continuing to have some difficulty with the Crick HQ for the other games. A lot of players showing up as unknown, but we are working on it. It's a problem at Crick HQ's end, and they've assured me that they'll have it, well, they will do their best to fix it as soon as they can. So thank you for your patience. So we've got Mark Young opening the batting with Craig Foster. I don't know too much about Mark Young, but I can see that Todd McDonald bowls with a fair amount of pace for a 40-plus-year-old. Probably the quickest bowler we've seen in this match so far. End the first over, a maiden. Should be a good contest this. Wellington Tasman do have a very strong batting lineup. We'll have Deepak June batting next. I'll come back to that in a moment. Right, sorry for that delay. We've got Ruan Prematilika charging in from the Hills End. He didn't get a bat, so he'll be keen to make an impression with the ball. Bowling to Craig Foster. Who's comfortably onto the front foot there, stroking it up to mid-off. So I was speaking a moment ago about the strong Wellington Tasman batting lineup. They've got Deepak June coming in at 3, a former first-class batsman. Hamish Marshall, an international batsman. Mark Culkin has played a little bit of list day cricket as well for Wellington, and further on down the order they go. So plenty of batting. There's a big shout for LBW. Given. So one of the much vaunted Wellington Tasman top order is gone. That's Craig Foster, LBW, for a duck to Ruan Prematilika. And first blood to Auckland in their defence of 284. Deepak June is the new batsman. Facing a Ruan Prematilika, who's bowling with good pace, the left armour. Speaking of good pace, I can see Paddy Sullivan, another left armour, on the far ground, taking a wicket just now. Very similar to this one that we've just had. LBW, left arm over the wicket, taking an early wicket. So both second innings after that rain delay, showing immediate results. So it's going to be Todd McDonald continuing to Mark Young. That one's wide outside the off stump and wide enough to be called a wide. So that's Wellington Tasman's first run. 1 for 1. Or as they say in Australia, 1 for 1. Deepak June turns 40 on Friday. Still early in this tournament, but not yet ticked over the 40 mark. He's at the non-striker's end. Played first-class cricket for Wellington. 19 first-class matches, scoring 2 centuries. Played 4 list day matches. Actually, I'm not sure if all those first-class matches were for Wellington. He also played for Haryana in India, as we see another wide. McDonald in again. That one struck Young on the pad. Big shout for LBW, but not out. So the Auckland bowlers showing a lot more pace than the Wellington Tasman one, and a little more penetration. The Auckland top order weren't really troubled too much by the Wellington Tasman openers. It's a different kettle of fish here for them when batting. But Young's comfortably forward there. Young will get off the mark, I think. Yes, that's right. So he does after 10 dot balls. Makes his 11th count. And that will bring the left-handed Deepak June onto strike. He's grow a very noticeable moustache for Movember. He's got it twirling very, very nicely, has Deepak June. So that's something to be quite proud of. But he's got to do a job with the bat now. And he just tucks that one round the corner for a single to get him off the mark as well. End of the third over. 4 for 1. Ooh, beaten there, Deepak June, by another good quick delivery from Ruan Prematilaka, who's looked pretty hostile so far. Prematilaka again, working up ahead of steam from the hills end. Bowls, but June's comfortably forward onto that one, pushing it out into the point area, where it's fielded by someone who I can't identify because he's wearing a vest that covers up his name. It could be Paul West, wearing a vest, the West vest. Anyway, no run off that ball, or in fact, any of the first 4 balls in this over. There will be one this time as it's guided down to third man for a single by June. It's a good shot from Mark Young, swinging it away through mid-wicket off his pads, and that will go away to the boundary for 4. So it's a good confident shot from Mark Young. And the first boundary of the innings. Down in Division 2, Canterbury Otago are making fast work of their chase of 167 to beat Districts. They're 111 for 5 after 15 overs. That's 7.4 an over. Come back to that in a moment as Deepak June guides Todd McDonald down to third man for a single. Habib Marwat, 59 of 23 deliveries there. 6 sixes he hit and 5 fours. So 11 of those 23 deliveries that he faced going to the fence for a strike rate of 256. So he's done most of the damage there. He's out. Canterbury Otago they did lose 3 wickets for just 2 runs as Mark Young drives into the covers, and it's well fielded there by James Marshall diving away to his left. Yes, so Canterbury Otago were 3 for 2, and then Habib came in and smashed 59 off 23 balls to put them well in charge of that match. In the other Division 2 match, Wellington Tasman, 263 they scored from their 45 overs. Justin Hobbs with 89 off 66 deliveries. Great innings from the Motueka man. Batting at number 6, and his neighbour, Ben Homan from Nelson, scoring 43 not out. So good effort from those guys. Deepak June again down to third man for a single. And in response to that 263, Auckland 76 for 2. Jay Changlani doing some fast scoring of his own, 42 off 27, he's just been dismissed. And Greg Gatley, 28 not out. As for the other game in Division 1, I'll come back to that in a moment. Ooh, as we see Mark Young beaten by a beautiful delivery from Todd McDonald there. Ending that over. Yes, so if I find the scorecard from Canterbury Otago's innings, they scored 256 all out against Districts. Hardeep Singh, 55. Ben Rapson, 46. Adam Hastelow, 35. Peter Connell was the main wicket taker. He took 4 wickets. Nick Smith taking a couple. Here we go, Primatilika in again. And that's pulled by Deepak June down to fine leg, just a single. Pulled away by Mark Young this time. That's a great shot. He's timed the pants off that one. And it's rolled well over the boundary for 4 runs. So Mark Young getting into his work now. 10 off 16. He's had a few uncertain moments, but he's played a couple of nice shots in the last over or two, especially that one. Rocking onto the back foot and pulling Prematillica through square leg for 4. Quick single this time. Deepak June scurrying through to complete the run. Another little nerdle around the corner from Deepak June. So it's decidedly cooler than it was when we started. There's grey clouds above, there's wind howling around. But the rain is at least holding off for now. And all these guys will be just delighted to be playing cricket. It's been bad weather all across New Zealand over the last few days. So Blenheim probably just as good a place as any to be right now, trying to hold a cricket tournament. As a reminder, the format of this tournament is 2 divisions, each of which has 4 teams. That's Auckland, Districts, Wellington, Tasman and Canterbury, Otago. So 2 divisions, each region has a team in each division. So 8 teams altogether, and in each division, every team plays every other team before a final on Monday. McDonald to continue. Beautiful looking cover drive from Deepak June. No run though. So we've got round robin matches on today, which is Thursday, Friday and Sunday, and then the grand final and 3rd, 4th playoffs in each division on Monday. Clipped off his legs by June, down to fine legs. Most of his runs coming behind the wicket so far. We did see one beautiful extra cover drive, but it went straight to the fieldsman. I'll give you a quick score update from the Over-40s Australian National Championships, which New Zealand are competing in. We've got 2 teams there. New Zealand B, they're in Division 3, they're playing Western Australia. 131 for 6, New Zealand. Tom Lancaster is 44 not out. And in Division 1, the New Zealand A team are playing. They're getting hit around a little bit by another Western Australian team. 1-4-3 for 3, Western Australia. Had wickets to Jason Campbell, he's taken 1, and Scott Mason has 2. Ooh, good bit of fielding there at mid-on. Not sure who that was, but he threw his arm down nicely. It's a wide from McDonald, who's shown pretty good pace this afternoon in fact, and has only conceded 9 runs from his 3.4 overs. Here's another wide though. So just going back to that over-50s tournament, this is the final day of that carnival, as they call them over there, in Adelaide, the Australian national champs. 42 teams involved, over 500 over-50s players, amazing scale. As we see a great slash over the top from Mark Young into the boundary for 4. Good hit from him to end the Todd McDonald over. So Mark Young doing most of his scoring in boundaries. We've seen a beautiful pull shot and now a big slashing cut. So just going back quickly to that over-50s tournament, New Zealand A, which is not the New Zealand top team, it's the second 11. They were in Division 1 of that tournament. Didn't quite qualify for the final after losing to Victoria, who are the defending champions. So they find themselves in a playoff for 3rd and 4th against Western Australia. That's the score that I just mentioned a little while ago. They're 143 for 3, Western Australia, off 30 overs. Those are 45 over matches as well. As Prematilika continues again to June, who has a bit of a slash himself, but misses that one. New Zealand A had a stunning run chase yesterday against New South Wales. They were chasing 253, and they were 35 for 4 after 10 overs, but somehow righted the ship and won with 2 or 3 balls to spare. Deepak June slashes again this time and makes contact. Out to the boundary for 4. I think the outfield's a little bit slower than it was because of the rain that we had, but he still hit that one powerfully enough to cover the boundary quite comfortably. So steady progress being made by these two following the early loss of Craig Foster. Ooh, June's beaten this time by a beauty. Lunging forward with a forward defensive and beaten on the outside by Prematilika, whose number is on the back of his shirt is very large. It looks like it could be in the 800s. I'm not sure the numbering method that the players use, but Todd McDonald down here has got 94. Wicketkeeper has 77. That's a nice straight pull from Deepak June. He's not running, so he knows it's gone for 4, and in fact it has nicely timed through straight mid-wicket. His second boundary and second of the over. He's moved up to 15 from 22 deliveries, which is almost identical to his batting partner, Mark Young, who's 15 from 21. More runs for June. Cover driving this time. I don't think this one will go for 4. I stand corrected. It has gone for 4, just trickling over the line. So another boundary for the Wellington number 3, Deepak June. Now resident in Hamilton, I believe. I think he's heavily involved in coaching. He might even be involved with coaching the Northern District's first-class team. I'm not entirely sure, but he has prioritised this tournament, and Wellington Tasman will be glad that he has. 19 he is. And that's the end of that Prematillica over. His most expensive by quite a distance. He's now taken 1 for 24 from 4. And Wellington Tasman are 38 for 1 after 8 overs. That gives them a run rate of 4.75. But their required run rate is up to 6.7. Todd McDonald will continue. He's taken none for 14 from his 4 overs. He's in again to Mark Young down the leg side, called wide. Mark Young on the pull, that will be 4. He's looked good on the back foot today, has Mark Young. A couple of pull shots now, and that was a great one. Forcefully out to the mid-wicket boundary. So both batsmen, 19 from 24 deliveries. After the very early loss of Craig Foster, they've added 43, these two. Bit of a delay as the ball has to be retrieved from the road. It was struck well enough by Mark Young that it Went onto the road. I think it's Scott Street that goes from right to left, well, and left to right, I suppose. At the top of your screen anyway, you can see that car just going through now along Scott Street. At the Over-40s IPT earlier in the year, we saw quite a few deliveries go into the street, in fact across the street. Most notably Andrew Hoare and Richard Petrie were guilty of that. It's a wide. So plenty of encouragement now from the Auckland fielders. They were cock-a-hoop after that early wicket and a few beatings of the bat, but the last few overs have been definitely Wellington Tasman's, and that's caused the Auckland fielders to just sound a little bit more agitated. Another pull shot from Mark Young. It's gone through the legs of Prematilika down there at fine leg. He made good ground across to his left to get it, but just was hit with such power it just sort of went through his legs and into the boundary for another 4. So Mark Young looking very good off the back foot today. Now the match we talked about in Division 2 earlier, Canterbury Otago, they were making very short work of their chase of 167. It's finding a little bit more difficult now. They're 130 for 7, so they need another 37 runs with 3 wickets in hand. The opening batter there for Canterbury Otago, whose name is Kieran McCord, he's still there, 25 not out, off 54 deliveries, but it's been a good comeback. Stuart Farquhar taking 3 for 17, if you recognise that name. He's the Olympic javelin thrower who represented New Zealand at, I'm pretty sure he went to the Olympics, definitely went to the Commonwealth Games. Now a cricketer, and quite an effective bowler it seems. He's taken 3 for 14. As Todd McDonald ends his 5th over, none for 25, a couple of boundaries off that over. We'll probably see a change at the far end in the bowling. Let's see. Come back to that in a moment. Just let you know what's happening in that other Division 2 game. Auckland chasing 264 to beat sixes. So he got on with it too. But they're both out. And Sean Windle has the interesting figures of 2 for 58 from 6 overs. So he's taken 2 key wickets, but he's gone for nearly 10 and over in the process. Alright, change in the bowling here. Matt Herring. He's going to have a trundle from the Hills End. Distinctive looking character. He's got a big beard and a mohawk hairdo. Plays for the Cornwall Cricket Club in Auckland, I believe. It's a good start from him. I hear that he's been in good form for Cornwall so far this season, bowling well. But he's feeding Mark Young's strength this time as he pulls that one away to long leg for a single. And that is the 50 up for Wellington Tasman at almost exactly the same pace that Auckland scored their first 50. Short and pulled away by Deepak June, out to the boundary at mid-wicket for 4 runs. So I don't think he's going to have too much success. He wants to bang it in down the pitch. Matt Herring. He's not super quick, and both of these batsmen are quite good against short bowling. Despite the rain that we've had over the lunch break, so let's see what Herring can do now. That one is fuller, and June just drives it back to him for no run. So the current run rate, 5.6, which is pretty good. It was around sort of 3 and 4 for the first 7 or 8 overs, but they've picked it up nicely, these two. It's on a good length, and it's beaten the man at short cover, so they will pick up a single as it goes out to the cover sweeper. End of Matt Herring's first over, 6 off it. And after 10, Wellington Tasman, 55 for 1, making a steady start in pursuit of 285. So that's a long way off, but it's a good wicket. They've got a good strong batting order. Over in Adelaide, New Zealand A, again struggling with the bowling a little bit. It's been the weaker side of their game in this tournament. Western Australia, 178 for 3 from 35 overs, so 10 overs left in that game. Big score on the cards. Batsmen have to retire at 50 in that competition. It's the only over 50s competition in the world where that rule applies. But they do get to come back at the end of the innings. So we'll keep an eye on that game. I'll just find out who this new bowler is.
Anyone know the bowler, please? Down there? Downstairs below? Who's the bowler? Is it Ryan Jacobs? Okay, Ryan Jacobs.
Okay, Ryan Jacobs is the new bowler, taking over from Todd McDonald, who took 1 for 25. Here is Jacobs bowling to June, who has a slash at that first ball outside the off stump, but misses. He's missed a few outside the off stump in his 28 ball innings so far, his Deepak June. But he has latched onto a few as well and got himself up to 24. So Mark Young and Deepak June keeping pace with each other, pretty much. There's Jacobs again, big strong guy, not tall but solidly built and puts a lot of shoulder into his bowling. Number 11 he is. So the numbers on the shirts ranging widely. Oh, it's an edge and it's gone through first and second slip and it's going to go down to the boundary for 4. Ooh, so perhaps a missed opportunity there for Auckland. It didn't go to hand, and I just wonder if those slips may be slightly too far apart. It was an edge that definitely went through at around waist height, shin height, so I'd say it's an opportunity. Good bowling from Jacobs, getting the edge of Deepak June. Short and pulled handsomely away for 6 runs by Deepak June. So again, the Auckland erring on the side of shortness, and the shortly built, I think it's fair to say, Wellington batsman enjoying that length of delivery and hook pulling it away for 6 runs that time. So good shot from Deepak June. Here's Jacobs again, and June is solidly forward in defence to end that Jacobs over, his first, which conceded 10, 65 for 1 after 11 overs, the run rate up to 5.9 and the run rate required down to under 6.5. So this is good progress from the Wellington Tasman top order. In that Division 2 game that we're watching, Canterbury Otago making heavy weather of their chase of 167. They're now 8 down for 144, so they need a further 23 runs with just 2 wickets in hand. Here's Herring to Young, strikes him on the pad. So that could be quite an interesting chase. Run rate's not a problem. They're going at 6 and over. They don't need that. They just need to stop losing wickets. As Young will take a run into the onside. And another interesting chase. Auckland hunting down 264 to beat Wellington Tasman. They're 112 for 3, so they're going at 7.5 and over still. So we've got 3 interesting run chases going on. Oh, it's a full toss, which is driven down the ground by June. It may go for 4. It does, as the fielder gives up the chase, and it just comes to rest before the sight screen there at the far end. 4 runs to June. He's 38 off 35, so he's really picked up his scoring pace. And the Canterbury Otago versus Districts game, unfortunately we don't have internet coverage over there, so I can't give you a score update. Deepak June hits that full toss out to cover, but the cover sweeper does well actually. Keeps it to just 1. Ooh, beaten outside the off stump. That's a good ball from Herring, beating Young, but still another good over for Wellington Tasman, 6 runs off it. Jacobs to continue, bowls short again to June, pulls it out, and it's going to be another boundary, so they're not learning. They're continuing to drop short to these two batsmen who are gratefully cashing in. I don't think we've really seen June drive down the ground all that much. He did once in the last over, but he hasn't really played through the covers much or in front of the wicket on the leg side, but they've bowled short to him continuously. And he's up to 43 now from 37 balls. Jacobs again to June, and that's a better delivery. Fuller outside the off stump. It's a better length, but June just managing to dab it down to third man for a single. That's well played from him. That'll be a wide. The cloud's getting pretty grey up above us. No sign of rain, but it's definitely a grey, cloudy day now in Blenheim. Ooh, it's a great delivery that beats Mark Young outside the off stump. Good bowling from Jacobs, good pace. I know it's going to sound obvious, but there's a lot more pace in the bowling at this age group than at the over 50s. Definite drop off as we go from one age group into the other. Good to see. Makes for a good contest between bat and ball. Plenty to play for all of these players. Not only is there the IPT trophy up for grabs for the team that wins the tournament, but also individual honours, individual awards. It's slashed away through the offside for 4 more, cut through point, and again it's that short length that's just getting punished. Into the over. 4, 5, 6, 7, 11 off it. 82 for 1. And Deepak June is on 48 now. So yes, individual honours, trophies for best batsman, best bowler, best fielder, MVP of the tournament. Also, a New Zealand team will be named after the tournament, and a New Zealand A team. Now, both of those teams will play against the Australian national team that's visiting here in February. That series will be in Christchurch in the second half of February. So stay tuned to the New Zealand Over-40s cricket Facebook page for details on that. And that should be a fantastic contest. It's whipped around the corner for one run by Young. Just on that, the Australian Over-40s National Championships take place next week. I'm not sure exactly where that is, but that will be a good contest as well. And from that tournament, the Australian team to travel to New Zealand will be named. Pulled away by Deepak June and into the boundary for 4 more. So he's getting fed a steady diet of short pitch deliveries, and that one brings up his 50. So excellent batting from Deepak June, 52 from 41 deliveries with 9 fours and a 6. And most of those boundaries, I'd say, have been shortish deliveries, which have been smashed away by June. So I'd recommend that the Auckland bowlers pitch the ball up a little bit, as Matt Herring does on that occasion. And for about the first time in the match, the required run rate is lower than the current run rate. So they're going at 6.44, and from here they need 6.3. And with Hamish Marshall to come, there's a nice cover drive. Actually, it's more of a square drive. Hamish Marshall, Mark Culkin, Brian Crammer, Scott Jones, a little bit, Mark Young. Didn't get much of the strike in recent overs. And the Auckland team will be delighted with that breakthrough. So Mark Young bowled by Matt Herring for 28. Good partnership, though, from those two. 88 was the value of that partnership after the early loss of Craig Foster. And they've set a good platform for Hamish Marshall, who's the new batsman, replacing Mark Young, who scored 28 from 36 deliveries. Oh, and just checking on that game in Division 2, Districts have somehow managed to win that game, dismissing Canterbury Otago for just 150. It was a bit of a topsy-turvy match, that one. But, and it looks like all the players have arrived back onto the scorecard, which is fantastic news. Come back to that in a moment. As Hamish Marshall is safely forward in defence to end that successful wicket taking over for Matt Herring. Okay, so I can give you some information from that exciting match down in Division 2. Districts scored 166. Colin Rampling was the top scorer there, 67 off 79 deliveries. Simon Eves scored 31. Best bowler Mark Murphy, 4 for 35, and Todd Elliott, 3 for 36. Nathan Columbus, honourable mention, 1 for 15 off 7. So chasing that 166, Canterbury Otago were 3 wickets for 2 runs, as we see Jacobs bowling to Deepak June, who just tucks the ball down on the leg side for a single. So from 3 for 2, then there was a partnership of 81, most of which was scored by Habib 9 from 23 deliveries with 6 sixes. But then he got out, and the only other batsman to pass 10 was Kieran McCord, who scored 30 off 59, and the team was rolled for 150, so great win for Districts. Hamish Marshall off the mark with a tap into the onside. It's quite interesting how similar the batting styles of Hamish and James Marshall are. If they were playing batting together, it would be very difficult to tell who is who. Both very compact players, nice techniques. That'll be a wide down the leg side. It's been expensive, Ryan Jacobs. He has bowled some good balls, but he's gone for 24 from his 2.2 overs. Just finishing up on that Districts Canterbury Otago game from Division 2, Stuart Farquhar, the Olympic javelinist. Is that the word? Javelinist. 4 for 25 from 7. Deepak June pulling again. Has that gone for 4 or 6? Let's have a look. 4. Probably just one bounce over the fence. 4 runs for June. Again, 2 short from Jacobs. So Stuart Farquhar, the javelinist, 4 for 25 from 7. And Peter Kane, 4 for 17 from 5.2 overs, cleaning up the tail there. So very good win for Districts. They will be pretty happy about that. Jacobs again to June. It's short, just tucked around the corner for 1. Jacobs to Marshall. Oh, chance of a catch down the leg side. Given not out. Oh, they were very confident there, the Aucklanders. Marshall didn't walk and the umpire didn't give him out. That would have been a big wicket had it been given. Still very dark. It's not dark because it's late in the evening, it's just dark because of this dark cloud that's hovering over Horton Park. There's blue sky elsewhere, just not where we are. But at least it's not raining, and we're playing cricket. Jacobs to Marshall, who cover drives nicely. Straight off drives up to mid-off to his brother, James, who fields. And there's no run. And that will be the end of the 15th over, which means drinks break. So after 15 overs, Wellington Tasman 96 for 2. That's a run rate of 6.4. And I'll be back in a moment. Okay, ready to start again after drinks. I can tell you that rain is not far away here. Behind me over my right shoulder there's a big ominous cloud, and it doesn't look like there's a lot of blue sky behind it. So if and when that rain does come, it'll be a Duckworth-Lewis calculation, and at this point Wellington, Tasman just ahead. But of course that's very wicket dependent. Wellington, Tasman are 4 runs ahead of the Duckworth-Lewis. Hamish Marshall on the pull. Where's that gone? Out towards mid-wicket. There's plenty of open space there. Fielded by a diving, sprawling save there, but they come back for 3. So I think that's the first 3 we've seen today. Good running. Herring to June, out to the cover sweeper for 1. We saw James Marshall bat very well earlier today, scoring 60. Now it's Hamish Marshall's turn. Hamish, perhaps the more decorated of the 2 batters in terms of the 2 brothers, in terms of test and first class stats, but who knows who's actually still the better now. I guess this tournament will show us. Hamish 5, and the 100 was brought up in that over. 102 for 2 is the score. So we need to get 20 overs in order to constitute a match. We're 4 overs away from that, and I'd say the rain's not too far behind that. Hopefully I'm wrong. I'm not a local, but there's definitely rain coming. We'll keep an eye on that Duckworth-Lewis target. They're still just ahead, about 5 or 6 runs ahead of what they need to be. Nice shot from Hamish Marshall out through mid-wicket. It's pulled in just inside and they take 2. So Jacobs has been somewhat profligate today. None for 31 from 3.5 overs. Started off quite well, but he just hasn't found accuracy, unfortunately. He's bowled a bit too short, and straight onto the legs occasionally. That's a good delivery, which Hamish Marshall just punches into the covers for no run. Here he is again, and Marshall is on the back foot, just knocking it into gully for no run. Good over that one from Jacobs, just 2 runs off it. And 104 for 2 is the score. Now let's see what's happening in that other interesting run chase. In Division 2, Wellington Tasman scored a pretty imposing 263 from their 45. Auckland 152 for 4 after 22 overs, so they're still going along at just under 7. There's been another wicket though. Who's that? Stephen Van Niekerk. He's been dismissed for 39. And so they need 111 of 22 overs. So it's in hand. They still need about 5 and over. Alright, we're going to have a change in the bowling here. Scott Mara, the leg spinner, is going to have a bowl. He batted quite well earlier. We'll see how he goes with the ball. June is forward, stretching forward to that well-flighted Scott Mara, the leg spinner. Good start from Mara, 3 dots to June. In the other Division 1 game, still having some technical difficulties with Crick HQ, but I did see the score at the drinks break. Districts were 66 for 2, chasing 257 to beat Canterbury Otago, so evenly poised there. So most of the games have been quite evenly contested so far, which is great to see. It's usually the way in these veterans matches in New Zealand at least. That one's punched down the ground nicely by June for 1. Great first over from Scott Mara. That could have turned the match in a sense, that one over. In terms of the Duckworth-Lewis calculation, I'll check on that in a moment. It was just a single run off that over. And they're still just ahead of Duckworth-Lewis. 106 actually Wellington Tasman are, not 105, and they needed to be 103 at the end of that over. So they're still just ahead. Jacobs is going to continue, interestingly. I guess he did have a good last over. Just quickly, the New Zealand A over-50s match against Western Australia. It's a nice shot from Deepak June, but well fielded by James Marshall. Western Australia, 240 for 6, so a pretty big score there. That's what New Zealand will be chasing. Scott Mason, always dependable and reliable, 4 for 51 from 9 overs. Good effort from Scott. So New Zealand A will be chasing 241 to win that match and come third in the tournament. They chased 250 yesterday against New South Wales. Leg by scored there. Edge down to third man from Deepak June, very well controlled. New Zealand B in the over 50s, let's see how they're going. Batting first, 178 for 7, New Zealand B. Tom Lancaster, 50 not out. Scott Pender, 30. So that'll take some defending against a Western Australian side there. Marshall again punching it up to his brother at mid-off, but no run. Jacobs to Marshall, pulls it away, his chance of a catch, he nearly fell in the same way as his brother. James perishing by hooking down to fine leg earlier in the day, but this time Hamish keeping the ball down, and it goes one bounce to that fielder there, and they just take a run. So another quiet over, let's see what that does to the Duckworth-Lewis situation. Still 3 runs ahead of where they need to be. And I'll just have a peek out the window and see what that cloud is doing. Still dark and ominous, but I don't know, it just kind of feels like it's moving a little to the right of picture as you see it. So for now it looks like it's dry and it's not raining, and feels like the cloud is just slightly less grey than it was 10 minutes ago. We'll see. Scott Mara to continue. No run though. It's a good passage of play as that ball is fired at the bowler's end, and the bowler can't gather it, but fortunately it was well backed up. So no run scored. Hamish Marshall, 8 from 18 balls. Quiet start for him. He's looked busy, but hasn't really got the ball away yet. He's down this time. Shout for LB, but he was well down the pitch. He can, of course, still be out. Down the pitch again. Can't beat the field. More good bowling and good fielding from Auckland. Swept nicely by Hamish Marshall. I think he's found the gap. He has. It's going to go into the boundary. So it was a really well controlled sweep shot from Hamish Marshall. Knew where the gap was and found it nicely. Down the pitch, and again can't beat the field. That's the bowler this time, in fact. Ooh, drop catch, I think, there. Marshall smashed it straight back at Scott Mara, and I think he's put that one down. Hopefully he hasn't injured his hand. He's looking at his fingers there, but I think maybe just more disappointed. That would have been a crucial wicket. The over's over, and 113 for 2, so that run rate has dropped down. It's 5.65, and the run rate required now 6.9. So let's have a quick look at the Duckworth-Lewis par score. Is 111, but there's still 3 somehow. In that Division 2 match that's ongoing between Wellington, Tasman and Auckland. Auckland need another 84 from 20 overs, so that bit's no problem. They've got 5 wickets in hand. So probably advantage Auckland. High scoring game there. 3 of the 4 games have been high scoring. Pulled away by Deepak June for how many runs? 6 runs. This is Grant Thorpe into the attack now. So Deepak June up to 71. He's looking good. Perhaps on target for the first century of the tournament. We'll see. Grant Thorpe, known as Tut for some reason. Try and have a proper look at his bowling action here, see what he does bowl. Oh, looks like maybe just off spin. Oh, that's beautifully through the gap. What a lovely bit of placement that was from Haim. Just pushed it to the left of Ruan Prematilika at mid-off. Well timed as well, so good batsmanship from Hamish Marshall. And that's definitely put them ahead of the Duckworth-Lewis calculation. As Thorpe comes in again, what can he do here? That's found the gap again. It won't go for 4, it will be 1. Thought about 2, but oh, that was a leggy, that one, which has been dropped short and pulled out to the sweeper. Just one. It was a bit of a half track of that one. So it looks like he mixes it up. Thorpe. $13 so far off this over. As the long off, or mid off, gets sent back to a wide long off. We've also got a mid-wicket sweeper, a square leg on the boundary. I think that's it. As Marshall doesn't time that one at all. To end that rather expensive over for Grant Thorpe, 13 off it. So Scott Mara seems to have recovered from that blow to the finger in the last over. Quick single here to Deepak June, down to mid-off. So the required run rate, still 6.6, so it's not easy, but they're keeping it in hand, which is so important at veterans cricket level. You don't want to let the run rate get up to 7s, 8s and 9s because players don't quite have the same hitting power as the open age players, and those high run rates can be pretty tricky. There's Marshall down the wicket for a beautiful straight 6. What a glorious shot that was. Straight over the sight screen. Took 2 or 3 paces down the wicket and just hit it dead straight. What a glorious shot that was. That'll go in the highlights package. So Hamish Marshall looking pretty good now, 23 off 27 he is, that's his first 6. Deepak June couple. We saw quite a few in the Auckland innings. Solanke hit a few. And James Marshall might have got one. No, in fact, Siddham Solanke hit all of them in the Auckland innings, all 4. And there's been 3 in this. Here's Mara again to Marshall. Clips it wide of the long-on fieldsman. I think this is going to go for 4. It is. Nice bit of timing from, and placement again from Marshall, showing his class. Pulled away by Marshall for another 6. That was dragged down by Mara, and Marshall leant back, and there was never any danger of being caught because there was no one there within probably 80 metres of that shot, and he had a free licence to hit it, which he did, well over the boundary for the second 6 of the over. Marshall moves up to 33 now. And Wellington Tasman are officially halfway to their target, and we're almost exactly at the halfway point in the innings. Shout for LBW, not out. So what an event-filled over that was. 2 6s, a 4, big shout for LBW, 16 runs off it. Wellington Tasman, 143 for 2. They've got that run rate up to 6.5 now. What can Auckland conjure up here against these 2 well-set, well-credentialed Wellington Tasman batsmen? Keeping an eye on the Division 2 match between these same 2 teams. Auckland 199 for 5, chasing 264 there, so they need a further 64 runs off 17.5 overs. 5 wickets in hand. Here's Thorpe continuing to June, who slashes it out to the point sweeper. Picks it up and they scamper back for 2. They've run well, these 2. Hamish Marshall always well renowned for his good running between the wickets. Oh, beaten outside the off stump there, June, as he went for a flourishing cover drive. He repeats the shot and he makes full contact with it. It's dropped at short cover, hit with such power that it went bursting through the hands of the man there and still had enough to go for 4. So that was fully hit by June. Trying to spot who that was. It's pretty dark and hard to see some of the players now, especially when they haven't got distinguishing numbers on the back. But nevertheless, drop catch and 4 further runs to Deepak June. It was a nice shot. Here's Thorpe again, bowls that leg spinner, which June sort of kind of, I guess, sweeps down to short fine leg. No run though. Down the track this time, no timing, it just goes back to the bowler. So a decent over this time from Thorpe, a 2 and a 4 off it, that's 6. He's got none for 19 from 2 overs. Wellington Tasman need 136 off 132 balls, still plenty of work to do. And I'm a little bit reluctant to say this, but it feels like the weather is looking a little bit more promising. It's a little bit lighter overhead, still dark, don't get me wrong, but it just doesn't, the rain doesn't feel quite so impending. Okay, looks like... Okay, we're going to have a change of bowling. Rajiv Rajagopal, who batted pretty well today, is going to have a bowl. He came in at number 8. Scored 37 not out of 26 deliveries with 6 boundaries. Looked very assertive. But if he's batting at 8, I suppose he's more on the side for his bowling. And here's his chance to bowl. Looks like he bowls seam up. And he'll be bowling to Hamish Marshall on 33. He starts with a very short delivery, which is pulled clinically away through square leg for 4 runs. No great histrionics in that shot. Just leaned back and timed it in the gap between the 2 boundary riders at mid-wicket and long leg. So the 4th boundary for Hamish Marshall to go with his 2 sixes. He's up to 37 already. Same again. This one has also beaten the field for another boundary. So very, very similar shot. And I think Rajiv Rajagopal will be well advised to try pitching the ball up. We know that Deepak June is very good on the short delivery as well. It's short again, but it's on the offside this time, and it's been hit equally effectively into the offside boundary for 4 more. Kind of an uppercut, a square uppercut from Hamish Marshall. 4 consecutive boundaries to him. And give an eye, he's raced up to 45 from 34 deliveries. These two have put on 73 in pretty quick time. Second wicket fell in the 14th over. We're now in the 23rd over. So it's about 9 or 10 overs. They've put on 73. We're going to see more runs here, 4 more of them, as it's yet another short delivery from Rajagopal, and it's pulled in front of square for 4 more. So this over has gone 4, 4, 4, 4. And Hamish Marshall now just 1 run short of his first over-40s half-century. That's Fuller and defended by Hamish Marshall, so a good delivery. However, I'd suggest if Rajagopal can't do something pretty special in this delivery, then that may be the end of his spell, with being a breakthrough or at least a series of very tight overs. It's a full toss, and it's going to be a whole bunch of wides, 5 of them. In fact, unless he's got something on it. No, 5 wides it is. So, 16:21 off this over, with the ball to go. This is this over has really swung the pendulum towards Wellington, Tasman. And there's going to be more runs to finish off the over, 4 of them. So, 50 runs for Hamish Marshall. That's what we'll mention first of all. 37 balls for his half-century. Congratulations to him. 25 runs off the over from Rajagopal. So, disappointing. He gets a bit of a low 5 from one of his players, but it's more of a commiseratory low 5 than a congratulatory one. And the score is now 174 for 2 off 24 overs. So they're going at 7.25 all of a sudden, if you don't mind. And the run rate required, 5.29 now. What can Auckland pull out of the hat? They started so well with that early wicket of Craig Foster, and they were beating the bat left and right. Things looked very promising for them then, but slowly and steadily, Mark Young and Deepak June wrested control, and then since then Hamish Marshall's come in and he started slowly, but he's put the hammer down now and moved up to 53 from 37. So it's going to be Thorpe, who's been expensive himself. He's going to continue. No wicket for 19. And this one's slashed out to the cover sweeper for a single, and that brings Hamish Marshall on strike, who has hit 5 boundaries in his last 6 deliveries. And none really in anger. They've just all been the right shot to play to the right ball. Here he's just pushed this one out into the onside for another single. So pretty classy batting from Hamish Marshall and Deepak June in this 88-run partnership. I've hardly really mentioned Deepak June recently, but he's 80 off 68, so he's done really well. He's swatted that one down, and it's beaten the short fine leg and gone away for 4. So, not sure how you actually describe that shot. It's gone from right high to low, and Hamish Marshall's just learning how to do it. It's almost like a tennis serve or a tennis smash. They're having a joke about it. Hamish Marshall learning something from his batting partner. So Deepak June, that's his 12th boundary. 84 he is now. 16 runs away from what would be the first century in official over-40s cricket in New Zealand. Right, so a bit of a delay while we got the ball back, but here we go. Thorpe to June, and he just drops it into the offside for a nice little single there. Marshall drives solidly into the covers with Marshall Fields. So Marshall's everywhere, it's like the Wild West. That's that leg spinner that Thorpe bowls. It's quite nicely bowled actually. Tucks Hamish Marshall up. So a pretty easy 7 taken off there, and Wellington Tasman doing it pretty comfortably at this point. Just check in on that remaining Division 2 game between Wellington Tasman and Auckland. Auckland need a further 57 from 14 overs, so that's only about 4s, and they've still got those 5 wickets in hand. So Andy Ross is on 21. And Muhammad Khan is on 19. And those two have added 35. It's just looking a little bit lighter out there. I think we might even finish this game. Who have we got bowling now? Gosh, I'm not sure actually. I'll have to find that out. It's gone for 4.
Is that Paul West, Colin?
Paul West is the bowler who's been knocked around the corner for 4 runs. So replacing the expensive Rajagopal, he's been just as expensive starting off. So it looks like the backup bowling for Auckland maybe not as strong as their frontliners, and that's something they'll have to consider for the rest of this tournament. That one beats the dive of the short cover fielder, and they'll take 2. Two more to June. He's into the 90s, 91. It's wide. June goes for that kind of tennis serve sweep shot. Good fielding this time by, I think that might be Thorpe there. Prevents any run. Oh, shout for LBW, not out, so that was a good delivery. Wonder if it might be time to bring back 1 or 2 of the opening bowlers. They looked quite effective early on. It's another good delivery from West though, and good fielding from Prematilika So after a bit of a shaky start, he's come back well in this over. Paul West went for a 4, a wide, a 2 and a wide off the first half of the over, but since then a couple of really good balls. Still not sure what he bowls. Is it little swingers? Anyway, the end of his first over, 9 off it. So Thorpe will continue. None for 26 from his 3 overs, but perhaps James Marshall feels that he's got the keys to unlock this partnership, which is over 100 now. June down the wicket nicely, whips it up to long on, where Prematilika does the fielding. Cut away just for 1. There is a sweeper out there. So 1 more to Hamish Marshall. June swings it away out to one of those other sweepers for yet another single. 94 he is now, creeping up towards that century. As I see Ruan Prematilika doing some warm-ups down in front of me. He was the opening bowler, the left armour, who bowled quite well early on, so we'll probably see him quite soon as Marshall drives down to Prematilika. He gets a chance to loosen up the arm, decides to underarm it in. June on 94 goes big, over the top. Where's it gone? It's definitely going into the boundary. 4 runs, great shot. Good use of the feet. Knew there was no fielder there. Hit inside out, over, wide, long on. So, 98 he is now. Goes again. And that'll be another boundary, and that will bring up 100 for Deepak June. Excellent innings, the first century in over-40s cricket in New Zealand. Excellent batting. Deepak June raises his bat, acknowledges the smattering of applause from the spectators here. Great knock from the former Wellington first-class opening batsman. 102 not out, and another big over, 12 runs off it. 102 from 79 deliveries, 15 fours, 2 sixes. One more to June down the ground. Cut away by Marshall. I think that's going to go for 4. Yes, it is. So yet another boundary. The former black cap Hamish Marshall, his 9th, along with the 2 big 6s that he hit. That one down the ground was a beauty. But 9 very nice, classy, stylish, efficient boundaries from Hamish Marshall, and that's probably a good word for this innings, efficient. More runs for Marshall. It's gone into the cover boundary. Another beautiful, efficient shot from Marshall. And the run's just coming very, very easily now for Wellington Tasman. These 2 excellent batsmen making a little bit of a mockery of the second string Auckland bowlers. So, only 73 runs needed. Still a decent number of runs, but at this rate you'd expect them to canter home. 4.3 required. Grant Thorpe's spell of 4 overs for 38 runs has come to an end, and Todd McDonald, the opening bowler, has come back on. He bowled with good pace, took none for 25. Shot from Deepak June. That's a beautiful cover drive. Very, very graceful and elegant. Welcoming Todd McDonald back to the crease. Smashed him through the covers for 4 runs. 107 now, Deepak June. Another nice drive from Deepak June, but there's a bit of protection there. The man doing the fielding he's hurt himself a little bit there. It looks like it might be James Marshall. I hope not. Maybe hurt his side just going down. His hip. He's looking pretty awkward. But we'll see if he can run it off. Hopefully he can. He's a key part of the Auckland attack. He did manage to sneak a run. He's still quite ginger. in his running, I mean, James Marshall. Hamish Marshall cuts out to the point sweeper. He takes a single as well. So 7.68 is the run rate that they're going at now. Quite amazing. They only need 4. Chasing such a big target, 285. They're looking like they're going to canter in. We did see 330 without loss scored at the Over-40s tournament on this ground earlier in the year. That's another beautiful shot from June. Off his legs, but just one. So this is a pitch that does generate big scores. They'll pick up one more as it's not cleanly fielded in the gully. So Todd McDonald's come back over, concedes 9, as most of the preceding overs have done, there or thereabouts. Weather's looking much better. I actually feel like we won't get any rain. Seems to have skirted around Horton Park, which is lovely. It's much lighter, much brighter than it was half an hour ago. And at one point we were talking about Duckworth-Lewis calculations, but it doesn't look like an issue from here on in. What is an issue for Auckland is getting wickets, and to try and do that they've brought Ruan Prematilika back into the attack. He bowled pretty well from that end early on. Good pace, left armour, tall, probably 6'3". Now what sort of field is he going to get? He's got a slip. No one on the leg side inside the circle. 3 men on the leg side, and they're all back. We may see, James Marshall is going to go into probably a straightish mid-wicket. Yes, he does. He's also got a 3rd man on the boundary. So 1, 2, 3, 4 out. And Marshall finds the gap. He hasn't hit it hard, and it's fielded just inside the boundary for 2 runs. 2 more to Hamish Marshall. Takes him to 69. Auckland looking like they're going to chase down Wellington Tasman's target in Division 2. Andy Ross batting well there on 33. Prematilika in again to Marshall, who's conservatively forward, no run. New Zealand A at over 50s level, none for 24 they are after 6 overs, chasing 240 to beat Western Australia and finish third in the Australian National Championships. Four more to Marshall. Through the covers. Too easy now for these two Wellington Tasman batsmen who are excellent batsmen for a start, and now they're well set on a good pitch against unthreatening bowling. I think it's only themselves that they'll get out now. Marshall goes high. There's a chance of a catch actually. It's gone over his head though at cover and gone for 6 runs. So that was not the restrained, efficient Hamish Marshall that we've seen so far. That was a more effusive, ebullient, expressive Hamish Marshall, heading inside out over cover to the man, but just over his head for 6. Third 6 of the innings. Are we going to see Marshall opening up now? Maybe he could get 100. So 12 off that over with 2 4s and a 6. 1 4 and 1 6. And that is the drinks break. So 233 for 2, going at 7.77 runs and over, only needing under 3.5 from here. We'll take a 5-minute break and be back shortly. Right, we're back on for the last stanza of this match. 52 needed off 90 balls, 15 overs. The sun is shining now down on Horton Park. The clouds have avoided the Horton Park, which is wonderful. I can tell you over on the number 3 ground, it's good chase going on. We've got Districts 138 for 3, chasing 256 to win, so they need about 7.5 and over. And Deepak June goes over the top in this game, and it's going to be another boundary. It is, yes, so looks like these guys want to finish this game nice and quick. Deepak June and Hamish Marshall, or I'm not sure if they'll feel pity for any of them, give them a bat. Maybe just a convincing thrashing would do just as much for team morale. June goes big again. This is 1 bounce for 4. So pretty merciless now from the Wellington number 3 batter. Hamish Marshall onto the back foot, punches one out into the offside. So runs very easy to get now for these two. 4-4-1-1 in this over. I don't think this one will take too long to complete, whether June and Marshall that do it, or maybe one of the incoming batsmen will get a chance. Donald to June. Oh, it's gone through the keeper. That's a bit sloppy from Bodench. He did get a bit of a bad bounce, but probably should have done a little bit better, and it's gone for 4 byes. So not really what Auckland would have wanted at this point. It's all getting a little bit sloppy. So dot ball to finish that Todd McDonald over, which conceded 10 on bat and 4 through the keeper. So Wellington Tasman cruising in here, 38 needed from 84 deliveries. Quite amazing. For anyone who's trying to watch the Crick HQ scorecards of the other games, do apologise, there is a little bit of an issue with the players. A lot of them are showing up as unknown, but the Crick HQ techies are working on that. It's a problem at their end, not my end. And they'll hopefully have that fixed for tomorrow. So it's bright sunshine now. It's streaming through this here. I've had to put a hat on, whereas before I was thinking I didn't have enough layers on. As Marshall cuts, but straight to the fielder, who does well. Fires it back into the keeper, no run. So last throw of the dice for Auckland here with their two opening bowlers, Todd McDonald and Ruan Prematilaka. Marshall is slashing over the top of slip. I'm not sure if that was a chance or not. A little bit ungainly and inelegant from Marshall, but he gets away with it. And he's now up to 84. So 34 runs needed. Marshall needs 16 to get to 100. I wonder if Deepak June will be aware of that and help Marshall get there. Or maybe Marshall will know it and he'll marshal the strike. Swing and a miss. Amazing, apart from that unusual inside-out 6 over cover in a previous over, he hasn't really looked like he's broken a sweat, Hamish Marshall, but he's moved up to 84 off 60. Just really classy, stylish batting. He takes another single here, chance for a run out. Oh, that would have been out, I think. There'll be an overthrow, but it was well worth the shy at the stumps there. And they'll take... Yeah, so Marshall took quite a while to get going, actually. I think he was 4 off 12 balls or something. So the last 45, 50 balls, he's scored about 75 runs. And he's now actually going at a higher strike rate than Deepak June, who's appeared the more aggressive of the two batters. Another quick single, have to go. He does. New Zealand A in the over 50s, making a steady start. None for 47 off 9.3, trying to chase 141 to beat Western Australia. And in Division 3, New Zealand B scored 178 for 7, and Western Australia, again, are 65 for 3. So, interesting matchup there. Lots of good chases going on in veterans cricket in Australasia today. Don't forget, we've got the Quad Series in South Africa at over 50s level. Starting over the weekend, we'll have South Africa. They'll be hosting Zimbabwe and Namibia. Plenty of ex-internationals in that series, the likes of Alan Dawson, Louis Kern, we've got Guy Whittle, who else? I think Alistair Campbell might be playing, Mark Burmester, Clive Eckstein, the left-arm spinner. Plenty of big names, well, ex-internationals at least. Anyway, back here at little old Horton Park in Blenheim, we've got Ryan Jacobs back into the attack. Marshall goes for a big swing. I don't think he's got anything on that. It's gone down to fine leg. There'll be 4 runs of some description. Leg byes they are. So that doesn't help Marshall's cause in terms of getting to 100. He now needs 14 of the remaining 28, but he is still on strike. Jacobs again to Marshall, swings lustily on the leg side. It'll be another leg bye. Bit of a shout from the bowler as he bowls a pretty good full delivery, almost Yorker length, and June mistimes it down onto his foot or something like that. Similar delivery, but he does drive this one out into the covers, takes a single. Scott Mara is going to come back and have another go. He took a little bit of punishment earlier on. 3 overs for 22 runs. With his leg spinners, but he's going to have another go. See if he can somehow snaffle a wicket or two here and just save a little bit of face for the Auckland players. June will just pick up 1. Bringing Hamish Marshall back onto strike, who's on 87 from 66 deliveries. Wellington Tasman need just 25. This partnership, 172 runs. Marshall pulls it away. I think he'll just get one out to the sweeper. He hasn't timed that one. Bowling from Mara. Just defeating June ever so slightly in the flight. Not that time though, he's dragged it down and it's beaten the mid-wicket sweeper, who sort of misjudged the bounce. It bounced awkwardly in front of him and then just skipped away from him into the boundary for 4. So another boundary for Deepak June. He's moved on to 1, 2, 3. And it's gone out onto the road again. On the road again. Let's see what's happening in Division 2. Auckland have defeated Tasman, so some good news for Auckland in Division 2. Suddenly we've got all the names back, that's great. So we can see that Muhammad Khan and Andy Ross brought things home with a partnership of 29 and 65, so that's 94. Marshall goes big. I think he's going to be caught. Oh, it was an excellent attempt there. He's put the catch down. The fielder was running around the boundary there. Got to it, but just couldn't hang on to it. And he tried to do one of those things that you see the professionals do on TV, knocking it back inside, diving away to his right. Couldn't. And the ball spilled out and then trickled over the boundary for 4. So the result is 4 runs to Hamish Marshall, and it takes him into the 90s. 92 he is. So technically a dropped catch, but very, very good effort by the fielder there, and I don't think we can really blame him. I think that might be Solanke. He did his best to try and push the ball back inside the boundary, and that was the act that caused the catch to be dropped. Anyway, Hamish Marshall, 92. He needs 8 more to get to 100. Wellington Tasman need 16 more. So Marshall needs half of those remaining runs if he's to bring up his first over-40s 100. Deepak June slogs that one back down the wicket. Another windy woof from Deepak June, losing his shape a bit in these last 2 balls, trying to hit boundaries. That's a more cultured shot, more like the ones he was playing earlier in his innings, just a deliberate edge down to third man for a single for June. 124 he scored. Great innings. Hasn't really looked in any trouble at all. Beaten once or twice with the new ball, but that's to be expected. And then looked really strong on the back foot during the 50, and then in his last half of his innings he's driven beautifully as well. Here's Marshall. No runs for him this time. Yeah, so June starting off with a lot of back foot shots and then pulling out the front foot shots later in the innings. Nice batting. Hamish Marshall started patiently and pulled out some really nicely timed shots in the middle of his innings, and he's had a few slogs later on as well, but that's fine. That's a nice upcut. Oh, and it's gone over the fielder who did so well in the last over to try and take that catch. This time he's just misfielded it, we'll say. It wasn't the most difficult piece of fielding. That's Solanke out there, and bounced through his hands into the boundary for 4, allowing Hamish Marshall to move to 96 and within one shot of his first over-40s century, which I think he's going to get with this this shot. He is. Puts it over square leg for 6 runs to bring up century. Congratulations, Hamish Marshall, former Black Cap, 102 not out for Wellington, Tasman against Auckland in the Over-40s IPT, the second such century following his batting partner Deepak June. So well played, Hamish Marshall. Congratulations to you, sir. It's the end of the over, an over that saw 11 runs off it, and now Wellington Tasman need just 5 runs to win this game. In fact, they just need 3, my apologies, which Deepak June does in style, hammering it over mid-wicket for, I think it was 4. I didn't even actually see where it landed, but that wins the match. Deepak June ends 128 not out. Hamish Marshall 102 not out. Thumping win for Wellington Tasman, chasing down that seemingly high target with, well, 10 overs to spare basically. So that's a dominant line in the sand marked by Wellington Tasman. And Auckland, who would have been so confident at half time and then even 2 or 3 overs into their bowling innings, they've had to walk off with plenty to think about before tomorrow's matches. We'll be back here at the same time tomorrow. That's an 11 o'clock a.m. New Zealand time kickoff. So I hope you'll join us then. It'll be Wellington Tasman playing against Districts, and their match is still going. They are chasing against against Canterbury Otago, so we'll see how that goes as the players line up to shake hands, and I'll leave you for now. So it's Jim Morrison saying good night from Blenheim.